A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
Hammond, you must think I'm behind the times.
All I said was there's been lots of changes in my wash since the war started.
Well, mine's changed, too. I've got lots more work clothes to wash now with my husband in that defense plant.
That's what I said. And the white pieces are a problem, too. Why, my boys get the towels twice as dirty now since they started in that machine factory.
And don't forget the rayon slips. They need extra care now. You know, wartime colors and dyes are different.
Sure. Everything in the wash is different. That's why I say, how can you expect last year's soap to do this wartime wash?
Well, what am I to do?
Do what I did. Change to Does.
Does? What's that?
Why, it's a new kind of granulated soap, and it does all three kinds of wartime wash. Work shirts, towels, rayons, everything.
Oh, ridiculous. How can this one soap do all that?
Well, Does really does it. You should see how it sails into that stack of dirty work shirts.
Remember, I don't like scrubbing.
Neither do I. That's why I like Does. I've never had any soap get clothes clean easier. And that's a blessing for the white pieces, too.
But I want my towels and linens really white.
Well, so do I. And that's the way Does does them. Why, my linens and sheets come out just dazzling. There's not a whiter wash in the neighborhood than mine.
But you said you use this same Does for your rayon slips and nicer colored washables.
Of course. That's the amazing thing about it. Does has the extra safety you want now for those wartime colors.
The way you talk, you'd think Does was made to order for these wartime wash days.
Well, it is, because Does gets work shirts clean, towels white, yet it's extra safe for those changing wartime colors. Safer than any of the four other leading granulated soaps. So change to Does, D-U-Z, today. For your wartime wash, Does does everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Sometimes it's important to know when you're defeated because the defeat can be swallowed up in a more satisfying kind of victory. This is true of Mrs. Jerome. And Molly Goldberg is beginning to feel that Rosie's future may have some way out that may mean more than an immediate marriage to Walter Jerome. Just how the Jeromes are straightening out their affairs we learn today as preparations are made to move Mr. Jerome back to New York. Listen.
Well, Molly.
Wait, Jay, darling, please. Dr. Cade is coming to the phone.
Fine to do.
Hello? Hello, Dr. Cade? Me speaking. I personalize Mrs. Goldberg. Yeah, I know you're busy, Doctor, but I have to say, Mrs. Jerome wants to take Mr. Jerome home. Just one interrogation, Doctor. Do you think it's possible? Huh? Uh-huh. But, well, they're getting ready now. Uh-huh. All right. All right, Doctor. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do so. Very well, Doctor.
Well?
Very well. Very well. He's coming over, Jake.
Does he think it's possible?
Well, if they can make the express and get a Pullman drawing room, then maybe it's possible. He's going to try to see if the special train will make a special stop here, and if he can buy it for a drawing room, then it's possible. Go up, Jake, dear, please.
Is it possible to get a timetable?
Dr. Cade is arranging to hold up the special, and if there's a drawing room, Mrs. Jerome, then...
Thank you.
Say, darling, go up, dear. Does Mr. Jerome need some help?
Walter is helping his father.
I'll go up.
Go, dear. Go, dear, darling.
He's very sick.
Mr. Jerome is very sick.
He means more to me than you think, Mrs. Goldberg.
How can I know how much he means to you? If he means less than other things, then he doesn't mean enough. That's all.
Only my son meant more.
You really believe, Mrs. Jerome, that you ever did anything for your husband or for your son? Excuse me. I mean all your sacrifices, all the labors and all the worries were done, if you pardon me here, only for yourself. But no one likes to admit that they live for themselves only. So they take the lives of other people and they use them for an excuse. You say it's for you, Walter, that I do this. It's for you, Walter. And then you tell him what to feel, and you tell him what to think, and you tell him who he should marry. And in him you accomplish your own ambitions.
Doesn't every parent...
No, indeed not. A real parent looks at her child, and she says to herself, well, what is in my child? I mean, what is in his character? What can he be out of his own soul, out of his own, how shall I say it, out of his own being? And the parent looks to see what it is, and then he brings it out. She doesn't try to put something in, but to bring something out. But excuse me, Mrs. Jerome, but you...
If I say you're right, Mrs. Goldberg, suppose you were right.
Then take heed, Mrs. Jerome. Then take heed, because the answer is easy. When a woman reaches her middle ages, if she doesn't have the love of her husband and her children, then indeed she's wrecked on a desert island of unloneliness and loneliness and unhappiness.
I suppose all this means that Walter should marry Rosie.
That's what you think, Mrs. Jerome, then you didn't hear a word that I was saying to you.
Molly!
I'm coming, dear. I'm coming. Rosalie?
Mama, darling,
Come here, Rosie.
Go in there. Mr. Jerome wants to talk to you. Go in, dear.
Sit down, Rosie. You promised my husband that you would marry Walter.
only because I
I
thought...
want you to make that promise once again to me. Promise me that you'll marry Walter.
Mother. Father wants you.
Yes.
Rosie,
Yes, Walter.
my father told me what you promised him.
Walter,
I know. I know you promised him because he was ill.
I only did what
It's all right. It's all right, Rosie. To make that promise to me, and therefore there's no promise to keep. You were confused. That's only because I was confused, too. Now there's Mikey. It's better for you all to wait.
Walter.
That's what you really want. I know it, Rosie. I can understand it. That's why you'll understand what I'm going to do. You know, I got a deferment for about 6 or 7 months, but I'm not going to wait, Rosie. Rosie, when you begin to understand your own life, you don't just learn about one little thing. Everything seems to fall into place at once, and so I'm not going to waste those 6 or 7 months. It's for myself I'm doing this, Rosie. But also it's for you. And it's for my father and mother. Make them both realize that they can't quarrel over my future when my future's being decided by the whole world and myself. You know what I mean, Rosie?
Walter,
I've decided to stop thinking of myself as something special about whom everybody has to make delicate adjustments. That's what was always wrong, Rosie. Because I'm no better than Mikey or Sammy or... Maybe I'm worse.
you aren't. Walter, you aren't at all. Hello? Oh, yes, Dr. Cater. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thanks. Goodbye. The special's going to stop at the station.
Walter.
Dr. Cater just called, Mother. The special is going to stop.
Your father's very happy, Walter. He wants to see you. Tell you that himself. Rosie, go up, dear.
All right.
Should I say I'm sorry, Walter?
Do you want to?
Yes.
Then there's nothing to say.
Only that I agree with your father.
About what?
About Rosie.
You mean you don't mind if I marry her?
I mean, I think you should.
Why, Mother? For Father's reason? Because you think Rosie's going to help me to be something better than I've been?
Is that why you want to marry her?
I've had so many reasons, I don't know which one of them is truest. But I love her, and I suppose that's the only one that counts.
I'm beginning to realize that that's true about everything.
But when you love someone, you hope to give them something better than the least that you are.
I'll do everything I can to help.
Who, Mother?
You and Rosie.
That's what I want to tell you, Mother. You can't help Rosie, and you can't help me.
Do you resent me that much?
Not for any reason like that, Mother. There's only one person you can help, and that's Father. You can help him by remembering that while you were right to work so hard for the money that you've made, he was right about what money is for. You need him, Mother.
But what about you, Walter? Can't you forgive me?
Mother, I don't have to.
I mean, if you marry Rosie,
I'm not marrying Rosie now. Not now. Got something else to do first. It's a thing that includes me whether I want it or not. Only I do happen to want it. Understand, Mother?
You have a deferment.
I'm forgetting to remember it.
Walter.
Mother, please. Please.
Let me hold your hand a little bit, so.
Are you all right, Mr. Jerome?
Thank you. Fine.
Sit here, Father.
Sit down here.
Thank you.
Tell your father, Walter.
I know. Rosie told me. It's good to know that there are things so much bigger than we are. Isn't it, Bertha? It's good to know that there are things that don't wait for us to answer yes or no.
But no matter how big the world is, when all is said and done, it's the people in it who have their own lives to live. And Rosie still has her own feelings about Walter and her own confusion about Mikey to think about. They both love her. And she, well, whom does she love?
You know, if I were conducting a kitchen quiz, I'd ask you this. Are you using a halfway soap for dishes? You are if it's a bar soap because it doesn't have real speed. Or if you use a tough granulated soap, it's short on kindness for your hands. So I say forget such halfway soaps because New Does is here. Yes, at last here's a new kind of granulated soap that goes all the way for dishes. You know, New Does everything in your wash, and believe me, it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness for your hands. In fact, not one of the 4 other leading granulated soaps can give your hands this extra gentle care. Just notice how nice and soft they feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet see how fast this same Does cuts grease. No soap made can beat it for speed. So let Does bring your dishwashing up to date. Try it today. You can tell by the suds just how different Does is. Just how different Does is.
The Jack Benny Program with Mary Livingston, Bill Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is Easter Sunday. So let's turn back the clock one day and take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack trying to decide on what clothes to wear in the Easter parade. Mary is helping him.
Dum bum 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 dum 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 dum. Oh, sweet Georgia brown. Gosh, Mary, I don't know what to wear tomorrow.
Today.
That's my gray suit. That's why it's at the cleaner. You know, it always turns green in the spring. La 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 la. Gee, Mary, I'm glad you dropped in. What shall I wear tomorrow?
Jack, Easter only comes once a year. Why don't you buy yourself a new suit?
Well,
You can afford it, you know.
well,
For heaven's sake, Jack, it's not such a big decision.
I know, but with my luck, I'll buy a new suit today, and tomorrow I'll be drafted.
Well, now I've heard everything. You drafted?
Yes, me.
Jack, they stopped drafting beer, and that had a better body.
Don't be so funny, Mary. I'm in pretty good condition.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got a surprise for you.
What?
I was doing some volunteer work at the local draft board, and I saw your file.
You did? What was my classification?
I didn't notice that, but yours is the only card there trimmed in black.
Mary.
All the other cards are written. Yours is engraved.
Mary.
And in the corner it says, keep off the grass.
Cut that out. If you want to help me pick out a suit to wear, all right. If not, you can... There's someone at the door. Yes?
Pardon me, are you the owner of this house?
Yes, why?
You better fix that broken cement on your sidewalk.
What?
I was just walking by here with my wife, and she tripped and fell.
Oh, that's terrible.
Worse than that, it could have been me.
What?
The lucky thing I'm nimble.
Well, I hope your wife isn't hurt, and I'm sorry it happened.
Then you admit it happened.
Huh?
You're under oath, you know.
What?
I'm suing you.
Suing me?
$25,000.
$25,000? Now, wait a minute. You can't sue me.
And why not?
You gotta have witnesses. How do I know your wife tripped and fell on my sidewalk? You gotta show me. I'm from Missouri.
Well, take off that Wilkie button. I'm from Wisconsin.
I don't care where you're from, and get out of here.
All right. Don't get excited. You can't blame a guy for trying.
Listen to the arms of Morpheus, old Mort sure holds on. He's dreaming he's playing the violin again. How can a man torture himself like that? No use, I gotta get him up. Guess I'll have to resort to the old standby. Huh? Who? Huh? It's just me, boss. I had to do that to wake you up. Oh. You know, Rochester, when I get in the arms of Morpheus, old Morph sure holds on. Say, I'm pretty sharp this morning, eh, Roch? Yeah. You not only talk in your sleep, you hear in it. What? Nothing. Say it's after 9 o'clock and your gang will be here pretty soon for rehearsal. Yeah. Stand back, Rochester. I want to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bend down and touch the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up again and down some more. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, pick up my toupee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you pick up my toupee? 1, 2, 3, 4. Caught it before it hit the floor.
the garage, grab the tools, and get started. Oh, boy, my arm. Breaking out these old pieces is hard work. Rochester, have you got the cement mixed yet?
Yes, sir. Doggone it, boss. You sure are perspiring.
Yeah. This is hard work.
I haven't seen you sweat like that since you were on information, please.
Rochester. I was never a guest on information, please.
Oh, that's right. I must have been thinking of Fred Allen. No, boss. Forgive me. Forgive me. I didn't mean that. How could I have mentioned that name when you got a hammer in your hand?
Shouldn't mention it anyway. Remember, Article 7, Section 19, Clause 8, 812.
And unfortunately held together with cement.
That's right.
Say, boss, I think you could make a straighter edge on that sidewalk if you use the chisel.
Yeah, I guess I could.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Hand me that chisel, Rochester. Thanks.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Fine.
Have you read any good books lately?
No. Rochester, keep mixing that cement so it won't settle.
Okay, boss.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing?
Planting a victory garden?
Look, Dennis, why in the world would I plant a victory garden on a cement sidewalk?
So you won't have to tear up your lawn.
Look, kid, there was a hole here and a lady tripped and fell in it, so I'm trying to fix it.
Oh.
Now, don't bother me. I'm busy.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Benny.
Not now, Dennis.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, please.
But, Mr. Benny.
For goodness sake, Dennis, what is it?
You've got the chisel on my foot.
Did I hurt you, kid?
No, it went between my toes.
Well, I'm glad it didn't hurt you. Now, Dennis, will you please do me a favor and go in the house and talk to Miss Livingston? We got to finish this job.
Okay, I'll go in and rehearse my song for tomorrow's broadcast.
Good. There, Rochester, the space is all cleared out now. Will you pour the cement in?
Okay.
Good. Now smooth it over with the trowel. Boy, this is really work. Rochester, what's so funny?
Both of us playing in the mud here, we look like Topsy and Eva.
Yeah, we do at that.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
Dennis going to rehearse the song for tomorrow. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, leave the window open.
Okay.
Now, Rochester, you smooth that corner over near you, and I'll level this part over here.
Long ago.
through, Rochester. How does the cement job look?
Boss, you're wonderful. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
Yes, sir. They gave Paul Lucas the Academy Award. It'll look even better, Rochester, when I give it the finishing touches.
Say, here comes Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson.
Where? Oh, hello, fellas.
Hello, Jack.
Hey, Jackson, what'd you lose? I didn't lose anything. I'm cementing the sidewalk.
Oh, well, it's about time. The other night I passed by here and stubbed my knee.
You mean they're getting the joke already? Phil, you stubbed your toe.
I stubbed my knee. I was coming home from a party.
Oh, well, why didn't you come in?
I couldn't. Alice had me on a leash.
That's very funny, Phil. Now stand back while I... Don, get away from my cement with that stick. What were you going to do?
I was only going to write, Donald loves grape nuts.
Don, I don't care how much you love grape nuts, you're not going to advertise your romance on my sidewalk. How would you like it if you had just cemented your sidewalk and I wrote in it, Jackie loves Gladys Zabisco?
Well, I wouldn't mind if she was malt rich, sweet as a nut, and had that whole grain nourishment.
I wouldn't mind if you didn't have a frog in your throat either. You know, Don, if you ask me, I think you're silly.
I think he's cute. What? You remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. You belong to the carpool with my gang. I didn't see you standing there behind Mr. Wilson.
I couldn't see you either.
Well, that I understand, Herman.
What you doing?
Oh, there was a hole here and a lady trips. A hole there, a lady trips, so I'm fixing it.
Oh.
Now, Rochester...
You know, that's very dangerous, Mr. Benny. You could be sued for a thing like that.
Yes, Herman, I know.
We have a very liberal insurance, lad. It only costs $10 a year, and if you trip and fall, you collect $1 million.
$1 million? Herman, you mean I'd collect $1 million if I tripped and fell?
That's right.
Gee.
Only you have to be hit by lightning at the same time.
Hit by lightning?
On Tuesday at 3:30.
What?
Bull of a watch time.
Oh, fine. Imagine putting in a provision that you have to be hit by lightning. I wouldn't take out that kind of a policy.
Oh, I don't blame you, Mr. Benny. You look silly wearing it in your hat.
Wearing what in my hat?
The lightning rod. My company takes no chances.
Look, fellas, I got to finish my job here. Why don't you go in the house and take Herman with you?
Okay.
You'll find Dennis and Mary inside. See you later, Jackson. Now, Rochester, just a little more smoothing out here and we're all through. Hand me that...
Oh, here comes somebody, boss. I better take some of these tools off the sidewalk.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to trip on them and they'll pop me.
Boss, look up. Look up. It's Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Where? Oh, hello, Mr. Rathbone. Basil, it's me, Jack Benny. I'm doing a little cement job.
So I see. I didn't think you'd last long in radio.
I'm only cementing the sidewalk because it's an emergency. That's all.
That's right, Mr. Benny's still on the radio.
Oh, some soap program?
No, food. Breakfast food.
I see. Well fed but dirty.
Just a minute. Did you say I'm dirty?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Rochester, please. I guess, Mr. Rathbone, you just said that because right now my clothes are covered with cement. Thanks. I bet you're surprised that I'm capable of fixing a sidewalk like this.
Oh, no, not at all. I've seen you in pictures, and I realize you must be able to do something.
Mr. Rathbone, I've followed your career for years, and if I remember correctly, you've never won an Academy Award. Have you? No, but nobody sees my pictures. What's your excuse? that'll hold you for a while.
Oh, say, Mr. Battleborn, is somebody following you?
Where? Oh, no. That's my butler.
You mean you make your butler walk along the street with you?
Oh, yes, he doesn't mind. He's very democratic, aren't you, Jake?
If you say so, sir.
Well, I say so, Jake.
Thank you, sir.
Rochester, gather up the tools.
If you say so, sir.
James?
Yes, James, please do.
There you are. May I give you a light now?
Yes, James.
There you are.
My throat.
Oh, Rochester.
I know, boss. I'm going to catch a cold so I can practice.
Good, I'll audition you later. It's not a bad idea.
Oh, James.
Yes, master.
I think we've chatted long enough with this dilly. Let's bounce along, shall we?
If you say so, sir.
Toodaloo.
How do you like a guy like that? Who does he think he is, anyway?
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
We're getting hungry. How about some sandwiches?
Okay. Rochester, you worked pretty hard out here.
Yes, boss.
Come on inside and make some sandwiches.
If you say so, sir.
Wait till the gang sees what a nice, smooth job I did with that cement. I'm really proud of it.
Out yet? Yes, master. If I may say so, you have a funny gleam in your eye. What's up, sir?
That wet cement on the sidewalk. I can't resist it, James. For years, I've wanted my footprints in cement at Grauman's Chinese Theater, but I've never had the chance.
I've been ashamed of it, too, sir.
But now, Jack Benny, unknowingly, has given me the opportunity to put my feet in cement.
Yes, sir.
Just look at it. So fresh and nice and soft. Here, James, hold my shoe.
Yes, sir.
And wait a minute. Here are my socks.
Yes, sir. You'd better let me hold your arch support, too.
Oh, yes, by all means. Now to put my feet firmly in this wet cement.
Would you like me to pat it first with my elbow?
James, I only want to stand in it, not sit in it.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, the left foot first. And now the right. Oh, James. You haven't lived until you've had the thrill of having wet cement ooze up between your toes.
If you don't mind, sir, I'll stick to my blue jay. Are you enjoying yourself, sir?
You've no idea, James. It's wonderful. Now I shall remove my feet. Just look at those beautiful footprints.
Come on outside, kids. I want you to see it. Oh, master, I think they're coming back. Let's run.
Yes, James, hurry.
I'll show you the best cement job you've ever seen. I'm really proud of it.
Oh, pulling your chest. It's almost out to your stomach.
Well, what if it is?
I don't blame you for being proud, Jack. You worked hard on it.
Well, there she is, kids. Take a good look. Yikes!
What happened, Jackson?
What happened? Look at the cement. Look. Somebody put their footprints in it.
And look at the size of them.
Yeah.
I wonder where the other footprints are.
What other footprints?
Anything that has feet that big must have two more to go with them.
You're not kidding. I wonder who stuck their big feet in my cement.
I can't understand it. My mother's in Cleveland.
This is the dirtiest trick that has ever been played on me. Who could have done it? Well, there wasn't anybody around with... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Jack?
Basil Rathbone. Basil Rathbone was here just a few minutes ago.
Well, why would he do a thing like that?
Yeah, why would he do it?
That could be the reason.
I don't care what his reason is. I'm going over to Rathbone's house and punch him right in the nose.
I don't blame you, Jackson. I'm going to punch him in the nose, too. After me.
Don't argue about it, fellas. He's got enough nose for all of us. Anyway, I'm not afraid of him. You guys wait here and I'll handle this myself. They don't come too big for me.
Yes?
Tell Mr. Rathbone I want to see him. You remember me.
Oh, yes. Yes, you're a cement worker.
I'm Jack Benny, the movie star.
If you say so, sir.
Well, I say so, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now, tell Mr. Rathbone I want to see him.
Yes, sir. Wait right here, please.
I'm not waiting for anything. I'm coming in right now.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone. Mr. Rathbone.
Yes, James?
Wipe off your feet, sir. Here he comes.
Oh, no, you don't, Rathbone. I've caught you red-handed, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
But, Jack...
Imagine a man of your position in the community doing a thing like that.
But, Jack...
Kicking your big feet in my cement. What do you got to say for yourself?
Jack, I know it'll be difficult for you to understand, but it's a phobia with me. When I see cement, something happens to me. Something comes over me. Something seems to snap inside me.
That's all.
I can't control myself, Jack. Please believe me. I fight against it. But it has me in its vicious, unrelenting power, and no matter what I try to do, it overwhelms me.
Basil, control yourself. It isn't that serious.
Yes, it is. You're only being kind to me.
But, Basil, if it bothers you that much, you can come back and help me fix the cement.
Oh, Jack, I will. Oh, this is so kind of you, so generous of you. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve anything. I'm a cad. I'm a scoundrel. I should be horsed with.
Basil!
Oh, why? Why did I do it?
Basil, calm yourself. Just come over and help me fix it.
For heaven's sake, Jack, will you wait till I finish my scene?
You've seen? You mean you're just acting now?
Certainly. You're not the only one who hates Paul Lucas.
You too?
Yes, pal.
Well, what do you know? Come here, chum. I want to talk to you. Imagine giving Lucas the Academy Award for what? Well, to Betty Davis. You said it.
Particular people congregate, you see the smart red Pell-Mell package. Day after day, the demand for this smart, distinctive, better-tasting cigarette is growing. Yes, it's easy to tell the swings to Pell-Mell. And no wonder. The moment you take a Pell-Mell out of the package, you see why Pell-Mell means a smoother, cooler, better-tasting smoke. Instantly, you see Pell-Mell's greater length. That's modern design. Now, light up a Pell-Mell. See what happens. Pell-Mell's modern design travels the smoke further, filters it naturally over a 20% longer route of Pell-Mell's traditionally fine tobaccos. Heat and spice are diminished. Yes, modern design is a difference you can see. Modern design means a difference you can taste. Modern design means Pell-Mell is longer. Modern design means Pell-Mell smokes cooler. That's why Pell-Mell rings the bell for you in smoothness, coolness, and better taste. So swing into line with modern design. The next...
But, darling, it's been 5 days. 5 whole days since I've seen you. It was never like this before, never.
Not so loud. People are listening. Let's order something to eat. Oh, waiter! Waiter!
Yes, Mr. Day. What will you have, sir?
$186,000 on whole wheat toast.
Yes, sir. And what will you have, madame?
The same thing, and hold the toast.
Yes, madame. But first, would you mind standing up for a minute?
Why?
We're taking out the benches and putting in folding chairs.
Thank you. Oh, Dennis, it's been such a wonderful evening. Just being near you again has given me something to live for.
Well, I'm sorry, Barbara, but this is the end. I'm never going to see you again.
Oh, no. No, Dennis, darling, don't say that. You mustn't say that. I love you. I love you. You mustn't leave me. You mustn't.
Tell me more. You fascinate me.
Oh, you're cruel. You're heartless. You're selfish.
You're urgent.
Dennis, you're making fun of me. You're toying with my emotions. You're tormenting me. If you leave me now, I'll kill myself. Do you hear? I'll kill myself.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, I would. You see this gun?
Yeah?
Well, tell me that you love me or I'll shoot.
Now, look, Herman, you can go now. We have work to do. Okay, I'm going outside and frighten people. Oh! Don, pick them up and let's go on with the rehearsal. All this silly business about two sides.
Say, Jackson, it's getting pretty late. Maybe we ought to go over to the studio.
Okay, let's do that. Come on, Mary, I'll drive you over.
If you don't believe it, forget about it. Let's get to the studio.
Two sides.
Jack, I pulled your arm to put it back on the wheel.
Don't worry, my other side is driving. Be careful, too, you know.
Oh, don't be so sarcastic. Well, what are you stopping here for?
I'm going into the cigar store. I'll be right out.
Jerome and I used to go and sit right through till breakfast time.
Oh, my goodness. Did you get awfully tired?
Yes, we did, Mr. Wilson. But then we'd go out and eat a good breakfast.
Well, that's fine. Then you could do a better job.
Yes. We should go back to the Cameo Theater and stay all day.
Oh, Butterfly, how you talk. But, friends, a good breakfast, one that features crisp, crunchy, malty, rich grape nuts, will help you do a better job no matter what the job is. For grape nuts bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment, one kind of nourishment you need every day. And grape nuts have such a distinctive texture, such a wonderful sweet-as-a-nut flavor, they're fun to eat down to the last crisp kernel in the dish. So if you want to sit all day at the movies, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And be sure to include delicious, malty-rich grape nuts.
Well, folks, we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank Warner Brothers for allowing Dennis Day to dream about Barbara Stanwyck. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky tastes better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco. Lucky tastes better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. You know, choosing your cigarette is really simple. Just go by the taste. That's right, for nothing beats better taste. And the cigarette that tastes better, cleaner, fresher, and smoother is Lucky Strike. First of all, Lucky's give you the better taste of really fine, mild tobacco. Remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, with a wonderful flavor of its own. What's more, Lucky's give you the better taste of a better-made cigarette, made round and firm and fully packed, to draw freely and smoke evenly, to taste cleaner, fresher, smoother. So, friends, for your own smoking enjoyment, remember, better taste is what you're really after. And better taste is what you get in every pack of Lucky's. Be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next pack Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better,
cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 9 more days, a new tenant will move into the White House. And tonight, since we can't bring you the distinguished and lovable tenant, we bring you the mean old landlord, and here he is, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, saying that I own the White House.
But, Jack, what I said isn't so ridiculous. Technically, as a citizen and taxpayer, you do own the White House.
Look, Don.
You own all the buildings in Washington. The Capitol, the Library of Congress.
Don.
The United States Post Office.
Don.
The United States Supreme Court.
Don.
The United States Mint.
Don, stop. What'd you say? The Mint? What'd you say, Don?
I thought that'd get you, but, Jack, it's true. You own it, I own it, all the taxpayers own it. It's like being a stockholder in a corporation, like the American Tobacco Company.
Well, Don, that's a very good comparison, because everybody knows that the United States Mint is round and firm and fully packed. And if it isn't, it will be on March 15th. That I know.
March 15th? What happens on that day?
Well, Don, you wouldn't know about this, but people who earn over $500 a year have to pay taxes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, Mary.
Mary, I said hello, too.
I know.
But what's eating you?
Plenty. All I asked you is let me keep a couple of packages of meat in your deep freeze. And this morning, Rochester sent them back to me. He said there was no room.
Well, Mary, if there's no room, there's no room.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. I happen to know that your freezer is unusually large. And just a week ago, I looked in, and it was empty.
Well, it's full now.
No kidding. What's he got in it?
His Christmas tree.
All right, what's wrong with preserving the Christmas tree?
Jack's right, Mary. It isn't any of our business what he keeps in his deep freeze as long as he has plenty of meat, like those steaks he served us last night.
Some steak.
What do you mean, some steak? If you didn't like it, why did you eat so much?
I was trying to guess whether it was Dancer, Prancer, Donner, or Blitzen.
They were not reindeer. Those were very fine steaks. Didn't you see the government stamp on them? Grade A?
Mine said Merry Christmas.
I wrote that on there myself. Now, look, Mary, we have a show to do tonight on a very important sketch. So let's... What in the world was... Bob, what happened?
Well, Sammy, the drummer, he fell off the bandstand.
What?
Well, Jack, it isn't what you think.
Huh?
See, the boys in the band are just such practical jokers.
Practical joker? Why, what did they do?
Well, they took the electric wire that goes to Remley's guitar and taped it to Sammy's chair.
Well, of all things, wiring up his chair with electricity. I can't understand Sammy falling for it. Didn't he suspect anything when he sat on those wires?
Well, he didn't even get suspicious when they slit his pants legs.
Slit Sammy's pants leg?
Yeah, they didn't have to shave his head.
That I know. But, Bob, I think the boys are going too far. Sammy could have gotten electrocuted.
Oh, well, that's what the boys figured. So last night they took him to a cafeteria and told him to order anything he wanted.
Bob, you mean you went with him?
Oh, no, Jack, no. Don't you remember I was at your house?
Oh, yes.
Hey, by the way, what kind of steaks were those you served last night?
Huh?
Well, I went to bed, and every time I turned over, I heard sleigh bells.
Now, cut that out. I invite the whole gang over for a steak dinner. Instead of being grateful, you all make cracks about it being reindeer. The only one that hasn't is Dennis.
I can't talk. I've got an antler stuck in my throat.
An antler?
Your hat is still hanging on it.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I don't know why it is. I try to do a program and every...
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I can't help it. Dennis, why do you go around irritating people?
I'm experimenting.
What kind of experiment is that? Irritating people.
When you do it to oysters, they give pearls.
Mary, you talk to him, will you?
Dennis, you better sing your song.
Okay.
Heart and soul, I fell in love with you. Heart and soul, the way a fool would do, madly to be adored, lost control and tumbled overboard. Gladly, that magic night we kissed, there in the moonlit. Oh, but your lips were thrilling, much too thrilling. Never before were mine so strangely willing, but now I see what one embrace can do. Look at me, it's got me loving you madly. That little kiss you stole held all my heart and
That was Dennis Day singing Heart and Soul. And very good, Dennis. It was excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm in the middle of a program.
I know, but I want to tell you something.
Tell me something. I just left the house a little while ago. Why do you always call me at the studio?
I don't get applause at home.
Never mind that. What's so important?
A man was here from a fan magazine. He said they wanted to print the story of your life. Pictures and everything.
Oh, pictures too, huh?
Yeah, so I gave him some that were taken when you were in the Navy, some when you were in vaudeville, and some that were taken when you were entertaining overseas.
Oh, good, good.
Then he asked for one of your baby pictures, but I couldn't find any.
Well, what did you do?
I slipped him one of mine.
What?
Then he asked me a lot of personal questions, and I told him you were the nicest, kindest, and most considerate man I ever worked for.
Well, thank you.
Then he brought up the subject of your generosity.
Uh-huh.
So I told him for Christmas you gave me a bonus of $5,000.
You told him I gave you $5,000? What made you think he'd believe that?
Boss, when he didn't question the baby picture, I knew he was vulnerable.
Now, Rochester, I have to get back to the program, so I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What now?
A few minutes after you left the house, an electric fuse blew out and your freezer went off.
An electric what blew out?
Fuse.
A fuse, huh? Am I,
Your freezer went out.
My freezer went off, I see. Good. Well, what happened to all the things I have in it?
Well, your Christmas tree is all right, but 2 snakes thawed out and ran up the chimney.
Ran up the... Now, that's ridiculous. Rochester, why did you make up a thing like that?
Boss, when you start with applause, you got to end with a laugh.
I hope I am as fortunate. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
You know, Rochester may not be a good butler, but he's certainly...
What's the matter, Jack?
I wrote an ad lib in here, and I can't find it. Oh, well.
Well, Jack, what about the important sketch you said we were going to do tonight?
Oh, yes. So now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we will present our version of that wonderful Paramount picture, The Road to Valley, which stars Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Dorothy Lamour.
You know, I saw it last night, Jack, and it really is a funny picture.
I know. Now, since I'm a comedian, I'll play Hope's part. And since Bob Crosby is Bing's brother, he'll play his part. And Dennis...
Okay, but I look lousy in a sarong.
Look, you're not playing Dorothy Lamour's part. You're going to be a native we met in the jungle. A headhunter.
A headhunter?
Yes, and before we start, go hunt for your own.
of fact, we were going to have Dorothy Lamour on the show, but at the last minute, something happened.
She wanted money.
Oh, quiet. Now, Mary, you're going to be Dorothy Lamour.
Okay, but with Bing and Bob in the picture, who's going to get me?
The May Company, if you keep making those cracks. Now that we've done all the casting, let's get on with our sketch. The Road to Bali.
Wait a minute, Jack. What about me?
Oh, yes, Don. You've got a very important part.
I have?
Yes. Paint a white line down your back. You're going to be the road. And lie straight out. I don't want any detours. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, The Road to Bali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, The Road to Bali. My name is Bob Hope. My vaudeville partner, Bing Crosby, and I were stranded in Australia. We were broke and hungry and had no friends in Australia, so finally in desperation we became pickpockets. The first pocket I picked, nothing. The second pocket, nothing. The third pocket bit me. I had picked the pouch of a kangaroo. After days of continued bad luck, we were walking down the street when I turned to my partner and said, "Gosh, 4 days and nothing to eat. I'm starved." Say, Bing.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
I knew there was something Bing could do that he couldn't. Bing, I can't understand why I'm a failure. I'm a talented dancer. I'm a wonderful singer. I'm a great actor. I'm a big star. Look, it's Bob Hope. Bob Hope. What a surprise.
Some surprise. We had 3 rehearsals. I turned down the first 2 scripts, finally had to call in my own writers, and he's surprised. Look, Bob, you can go home if you want. I've got a monologue here that will run through Amos and Andy, Edgar Bergen, and right up to the weather report. Weather report, dull today, funny tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something. Rochester may not be a good butler, but he certainly... Oh, my goodness, I wrote it on the wrong page. Now, Bob, I'd like you to say hello to the other...
Just a second, Jack.
Huh?
A full minute has passed, and you haven't said it.
Oh, yes. The Road to Bali.
That's better.
Jack, why did you have to say Road to Bali?
It's either that or money. Hiya, Mary.
Bob.
Say, Bob, you know Bing's brother, of course.
Oh, sure. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
How do you feel, Bob?
Fine. How do you feel, Bob?
Fine. How's your wife, Bob?
Fine. How's your wife, Bob?
Fine. How are your kids, Bob?
Fine. How are your kids, Bob?
4 writers got paid $6,000 for this sparkling dialogue.
Say, Bob, I meant to ask you, does Crosby here resemble his brother Bing much?
I don't know. Let me see. Smile, Junior.
Okay.
Well, they look alike, but Bing is a little fatter around the wallet. Also a little fatter on the place where he carries his wallet. Which reminds me, I'd like to ask you something, Junior.
Well, what is it, Bob?
I haven't seen Bing since Christmas. What did he give Santa Claus this year?
Well, Bob, you know Bing. He doesn't splurge too much around Christmas time. He gives his biggest gifts on March 15th.
Amen, brother.
Say,
Hey, Bob, how come you haven't seen Bing for such a long time? You're both at Paramount, aren't you?
Yes, but they changed our dressing rooms and we're not next to each other anymore. I meant to tell you, Jack, they gave me your old dressing room.
No.
Really?
Imagine that. My old dressing room. Guys, I can still picture it.
Start right through anywhere through there. It's all fun.
Yes, I did, Jack. What?
No, that's
my old dressing room.
I was okaying your line.
I see. Well, I can still see my old dressing room. There's a big landscape painting on one wall, a window on another wall, and what's on the third wall?
6 wash basins.
Now, Bob, let's get going.
I won't talk until you look at your watch. Oh, yes, road to Bali. Road to Bali. You're so fast here. Thanks, Jack. Now, there's something I want to do for you.
What's that?
Well, I wrote special lyrics to my theme song, Thanks for the Memory, and I'm going to sing it to you with a Sportsman's Quartet.
Oh, that's swell, Bob. Come on, let's hear it.
Okay. Thanks for the lucky strikes. The pack you gave to me of LSMFT is more than I expected. Thought I'd have to work for free. Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks for the lucky strike. A sentiment we share, you hear it everywhere. A lucky strike is better made, just tear and then compare. Oh, thank you so much. Listen, Bob, on your new program. Can you use a hungry quartet?
Of course, and I'll pay you in Jell-O. Yes, all you can eat. Oh, boy, what a treat.
Well, thanks for the offer, Bob. We'd really like to go and be part of your show, but we are stuck with Betty and for very little dough. But thank you so much. We like the taste of a lucky. There's nothing as good, no, there's nothing.
For real smoking pleasure, start puffing.
A lucky strike, the smoke you like. So thanks for a lucky strike. The smoke we all enjoy, no loose ends to annoy. From Florida to Washington, from Maine to Illinois. So thank you so very much.
That was wonderful, Bob. Not only did you sing the Lucky Strike commercial well, but you got the only nose that can tear and compare. By the way, you haven't met Dennis Day yet. Huh?
Hello, Mr. Holt.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
You know, I saw your very first road picture, The Road to Singapore.
Really?
Yeah, and then I saw The Road to Morocco, The Road to Zanzibar, The Road to Rio, The Road to Utopia, and last night I saw The Road to Bali.
No kidding?
Yeah, and now that I finally met you in person, I'd like to tell you something.
What?
You're nothing without Bing Crosby.
Why, you E-flat idiot. I may cut the strings off you and let you just dangle. Is this fugitive from Gockamora sticking his tongue out at me?
No, that's an antler. Now, let's get on with the sketch.
What sketch?
The Road to Bali.
Good. I got a free one that time.
I know, but I'm putting my watch ahead. Well, let's get on with the sketch.
Okay. Hey, Jack, who's that lying down on the floor?
That's Don Wilson. He's the road.
He's certainly got the valley for it.
Oh, yes. Say, Jack. What? I couldn't think of anything to say then, so I thought it was better to shut up.
Well, I was trying to think of a freeway line, but I couldn't finish it either. What?
Well, Jack.
Yes? I think it's only fair for me to play the part I created in the picture.
Well, naturally, so I'll play Bing's part.
No, Jack, since Bob here is Bing's brother, he should play that role.
Well, what can I do in the sketch?
Well, you play the part of the giant octopus.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not playing any octopus.
But it's a very important part.
I don't care how important it is. Imagine a man in my position in show business playing an octopus.
But, Jack, it motivates the whole picture. You see, the octopus guards a sunken treasure worth millions of dollars.
Well, get me 6 more arms and let's go. I'll set the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Paramount Pictures presents The Road to Bali with Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, Dorothy Lamour, and starring the octopus. Curtain music.
My name is Bob Hope. Crosby and I left Australia bound for the South Sea Islands to look for sunken treasure. We landed on the island of Vatou and became hopelessly lost in the jungle. For days we wandered through a tangle of vines, and then we came to a rubber plantation, went through it for quite a stretch. Rubber stretch? If I'd known I was going to get dialogue like this, I'd have worn top hat and white tie. No pants. You got to get laughs, you know. As we reached the clearing on the other side, we were surrounded by a fierce tribe of cannibals and their beautiful white princess. And my agent. The princess came up to me and said,
Me, native princess, who you?
Oh, how do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob What's Cooking Hope, telling all you cannibals that while I'd like to bring you joy, don't look at me when you want to put something in the pot, boy.
No worry. My tribe not eat you. You very handsome man.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't look like the real princess.
Real princess not here. She want money.
All I want is you, baby. Kiss me, Toots.
Hey, wait a minute, Dennis. You read my line.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Look at the script. It says Bob. That's me.
It says Boob. That's me.
Some sketch this is. It's crazy enough to have Jerry Colonna in it.
Greetings, Dick. How do you live?
Wait a minute, you're not even in this sketch. How can you make love to the princess?
I don't ask questions, I just have fun.
Hey, Bob, what about me?
Beat it, octopus. You come in later.
Oh.
Well, I'm getting out of here. Come on, Bing.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
watch those low notes, Bing. We resumed our long trek through the jungle. Then our bad luck began. We had no food or supplies. At night, we had to light fires to keep the animals away. Then our water supply ran out. We had nothing to drink. We went 3 weeks without a bath. Then the animals started lighting fires to keep us away. Finally, we came to the coast. And we're looking down into the lagoon when the sunken treasure lay 7 fathoms deep. We got into a boat and rowed to the exact spot.
Well, this looks like the place. Don't you think so, Bing?
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
Now, look, I'll put this diving helmet on you. There. Now, go over the side and look for the treasure. Attaboy, Bing. Go down and get it. Here comes the giant octopus.
That's me, folks.
Oh, my goodness. The giant octopus ate up my pal Bing. Octopus, octopus, say something.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flood of increased enrollments in our schools will create a critical situation within the next few years unless action is taken now. By taking an interest in our schools, all of us can help make sure that the community we live in gets the best education for the money it spends and provides the best possible educational opportunities for our children. So please join and work with local civic groups and school boards. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Thank you. We'll be back in just a moment. But first, a word to cigarette smokers. Nothing beats better taste. And remember...
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
strike me. Fine tobacco, liquor tasting. Fine tobacco. Lucky tastes better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Friends, taste makes the big difference in cigarettes for nothing. No, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. But don't take my word alone for it. Just listen to this and judge for yourself. A nationwide survey based on actual student interviews in 80 leading colleges reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette, by a wide margin, too. And the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's was better taste. Yes, and I know you, too, will find that Lucky's taste better, cleaner and fresher and smoother. So enjoy the full, rich taste of fine, mild tobacco in a better-made cigarette. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky. Get better taste today.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Bob, I want to thank you for appearing on our show tonight and letting us do a parody on your picture, The Road to Valley.
I'm glad to do it, Jack.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Jack. So long, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear The American Way, starring Horace Heidt, for Lucky Strike every Thursday night over the same station. I'm sure you'll enjoy this great new program. Consult your newspaper for the time.
Program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Packaberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned now for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is Christmas Day, but our story begins yesterday on Christmas Eve. The Harris family, like all you other good people, were busy making last-minute preparations.
Gee whiz, the living room really looks Christmassy. Hey, have you got a place around here where I can hang this sign?
What's that?
Oh, I just made it. It's a welcome sign. It says, Una hero no la vus. That there's French for Merry Christmas.
That's delightful, Pierre. What are you expecting in your Christmas stocking? Denise Darcel?
Yeah, no. No. Nothing like that, Alice. Hey, take a look at this paper.
Mm-hmm.
See that picture?
Mm-hmm.
All those little kids are refugees from France. And, well, they don't have any place to spend the holidays.
You mean you invited them all over here? Well, there must be at least 100 children in that picture.
No, honey. You see, when I called the paper, there was only 2 of them that hadn't been taken care of. A little French boy, Francois, and his sister, Marie. So I figured, well, we're going to have a couple of guests tonight.
Oh, Phil, I think that was awfully sweet of you.
Gee, real refugees from France. Dad, how old are they?
I think about 10 and 7, but they're really plenty smart. Imagine, they're so young, and already both of them can speak French.
Oh, honey. Come here, you big lug. Give me a kiss. Sharing our Christmas with these little French children, why, it's one of the nicest things you ever thought of.
Well, I just figured we got so much happiness that I just feel like spreading it around.
Gee, Dad, I'll bet French kids have never seen Santa Claus. Can they stay up and see Santa when he brings the presents tonight? Could they? Oh, Daddy, please.
Well, okay. Now, you kids continue to behave yourselves, and you can all see Santa Claus. Now, why don't you go out and watch out the window for little Francois and Marie?
Oh, thanks, Dad. Come on, Phyllis.
Oh, Phil. Why did you promise the children that they'd see Santa tonight? Now, if they don't see him, they'll be so disappointed.
They're going to see him.
And just to make sure, I'll dress up like Santa Claus and they won't be able to tell me from the real one.
Daddy!
Yes, dear?
Don't you dress up and make believe you're Santa like last year. Boy, was that corny.
Well, it was corny, Phil. And Santa Claus, you were a total loss.
Yeah, but I would have fooled everybody if I hadn't had that accident. While I was coming down the chimney, I made a wrong turn somewhere.
Well, it certainly delayed your entrance.
Naturally, you spend an hour and a half messing around in a washing machine. I didn't mind the first 2 rinses, but when it switched to fluffy dry, it was uphill all the way.
Oh, now, Phil, stop. Look, this is Christmas Eve. When are we going to get our tree?
Oh, I bought one this afternoon. It's at the market. Julius is going to bring it over later. He should be here any minute. Look, honey, what bothers me now, if I'm not going to play Santa Claus, who are we going to get to play him?
Hey, wait a minute. I have an idea. Let's get Don Wilson.
Yeah. Old Fatso can make it. He and the fireplace are both about 58 inches across the heart.
Well, then Don is our man. I'll call him right now and see if he can come over tonight.
Yeah, swell, honey, good. Oh, that's great. Now the kids won't be disappointed. Santa will show up. Uh-oh, that must be Julius with the tree.
Hi, Curly.
Well, if it ain't Rudy, the red-nosed reindeer. Merry Christmas, Rude.
Well, Merry Christmas, Curly. I got a present for you.
Oh, you got a present for little old curly-headed me.
Yeah, I got you.
Gee, Elliot. Gee whiz, that's sweet of you. I don't know what to say.
It's all right, Curly.
But the thought. You don't know how I appreciate it. Gee, it touches me deeply, and
You're going to get sloppy about it. I'll take it. Well, don't stand there. Open it up and see what it is.
Oh, Elliot, just what I wanted. Tissue paper.
The present's under the paper. Here it is.
Why, it's a bottle.
It's not just a bottle. It's imported champagne.
You bought a bottle of champagne for me? And gee whiz, it's almost half full, too.
Yep. On the way over, I passed a brush fire on Mulholland Drive. Hey, what's that say there in that foreign language?
Oh, that sign?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Merry Christmas in French. See, we're really going to have a swell time around here tonight. I invited 2 little French refugees to share in a good old American Yuletide.
Oh, yeah, I read about them kids in the paper. Where's Alice?
Oh, she's inside calling Don Wilson on account of the kids. Little Alice, Phyllis, and Francois and Marie want to see Santa Claus tonight, so we're asking Don Wilson to play it.
Why are you getting Don Wilson to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
Well, let the kids stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Yeah, but I don't know what time he's got. Can I have that again, Merle?
Yeah. Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
You've been smoking the wrong end of them filtered cigarettes.
You're another one of those cynics, huh? A wise guy who don't believe.
You do?
Of course. Just because you've never seen him don't mean he's not there. You must realize, Curly, there are some things in life that are inexplicable. There exist certain psychic phenomena that are ethereal and beyond the comprehension of we mere mortals.
What was that?
Now, Curl, you can take my word for it. The real guy will show up. I see him every Christmas.
Yeah. Look, Elliot, tell me, how come you see Santa every Christmas and I don't?
Curly, I can best explain that by saying there are a lot of things I see that you don't.
That I know, but I'm talking about Christmas, not New Year's Eve.
All I got to say is it's a good thing kids have more common sense and faith than some grown-ups, or Christmas wouldn't be much fun. I know that tonight old St. Nick and his reindeer will come flying through the sky.
Yeah, closely followed by Cinderella and her jet pumpkin.
All right, scoff if you will, infidel.
Well, honey, I just called Don Wilson, and he can't make it.
Merry Christmas, Alice.
Oh, hello, Elliot. Merry Christmas. As I was saying, Phil, Don can't make it, but he said he has a lot of actor friends, and he'll send one of them over.
Oh, darn it. Don would have been perfect.
I don't understand you people. You seem to have lost faith. You got the house decorated, lights outside. You invited 2 little French refugees to your house. You got a beautiful Christmas... Wait a minute, where's your Christmas tree?
That's what I'd like to know. Julia should have delivered it an hour ago. Come on, Elliot. Let's go over to the store and pick it up ourselves. Man, isn't this Christmas season great? This is for me. I'm living.
What do you hoodlums want?
We want big tree.
Who for?
For Mr. Harris.
Oh? What time is the lynching?
Julius, don't be a smarty pants.
Ooh, there's a jazzy piece of dialogue.
Look, Julius, we want to get that Christmas tree.
You know something? You're lucky. It's Christmas Eve. It's 9 o'clock at night, and we only got 1,526 trees left.
I want the big one I saw this afternoon.
Okay, come on in the back, and I'll get it for you.
Come on, Elliot, you can help.
Oh, wait here at the counter, Curly.
Mr. Lewis, get your clammy mitts over that cash register.
Is that what this is? I thought it was the spin it piano. I was trying to play White Christmas.
Yeah, all right. Elliot, help us carry the tree out to the car. Where is it, Julius?
Right here.
Oh, yeah, that's the one. Hey, thanks for saving it for me, kid.
That's okay. Merry Christmas, Mr. Harris.
Same to you. Look, drop over at the house a little later. Come on, Elliot. Let's take this tree home and get it trimmed.
Right.
There. That's the last ornament. Gee, the tree looks pretty.
Yeah, sure does. How you like it, Curly?
Oh, it looks swell. Gosh, what a Christmas Eve we're going to have.
Well, I'd better go up with the children. They're getting pretty impatient waiting for Francois and Marie. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, honey. Say, Elliot, I think we got too many blue lights on this side of the tree. Let's move them around over to... Hey, there's the doorbell. I hope this is the guy Don Wilson sent to play Santa. Well.
Bonsoir, monsieur. Is this the home of Monsieur Philippe Harris?
That's right, Sonny. Oh, you must be little Francois Duval.
Oui, monsieur. And this is my sister, Marie.
How are you, Marie?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, François? Cette maison est votre maison. Monsieur, my sister has been in this country only a very short distance. You see, she doesn't not speak very good English.
Well, she came to the right place, needed this Curly.
Hey, Merry Christmas, kids, and welcome to our home. Gee, I'm sure glad that you could come.
Thank you very much for asking us.
Oh, gee, don't thank me. Why, you 2 children being here with us is going to make this the best Christmas we ever had. Hey, kids, come on. I want you to see everything. Come on, right through here.
Oh, très joli. C'est grand. Magnifique.
Yeah. How about that tree? Real solid, ain't it?
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Solid? My sister Marie, she doesn't not understand.
Well, you know, tree is solid. It's real gone.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Gone?
Well, it comes on. You know, it just won't quit. Oh, man, it's the most.
C'est 3 heures depuis que j'ai mangé. Et j'ai beaucoup faim. Voulez-vous que je mange quelque chose avec vous? Par exemple, un gâteau ou des bonbons?
Huh?
I'm hungry.
Oh! Gee whiz, is it awful? I'm a fine host. Hey, help yourself, kids. There's some candy and nuts and cakes and apples and oranges. Go on, pile it on. Live it up.
Thank you, monsieur. You are so kind. François, regarde. A real orange.
You betcha them are real oranges. I bought him down at the Farm Heirs Marquette. Hey, kid. For the first time...
Honey, Alice and Phyllis are getting... Honey, why didn't you tell me that Francois and Marie were here? Well, how are you, children? We're so glad you could come. Alice, Phyllis, look who's here.
Hello. My name is Alice. Merry Christmas. My name is Phyllis. Welcome to our house. Thank you. I am Francois Duval, and this is my sister, Marie. How do you do? We appreciate very much for you to invite us here. You have a very beautiful house. Thank you. Your father, she is very rich, no?
His wife, he is very rich, yes. Well, I do pretty good in my business.
Monsieur Arif, just what is your business?
If he tells her the truth, the big three have met for nothing. Will you please, Uncle Elliot? Marie, I'm, an entertainer, a singer, like, have you heard of Perry Como?
No.
Well, you know our very famous singer, Bing Crosby?
No.
Well, listen to this. Cornbread and butter beans, ham hocks and turnip greens, and that's what I like about the style.
Oh, oui. Tennessee Ernie.
Well, that's close enough. Come on, children. Let's all go upstairs and I'll tell you all about Santa Claus and his reindeer. Huh?
Hey, aren't they cute kids? You betcha. They'll have a lot of fun while they're here. Hey, I wonder where that guy is that Don Wilson was supposed to send over to play Santa Claus. He's supposed to be here now. I don't understand. Hey, Elliot.
What have you got there? Milk and cookies for Santa Claus. I put them on the mantle for him every year.
Milk and cookies?
Yeah.
Well, that old man's been working like a dog tonight. Leave him something more nourishing, like, what'll you have and pretzels.
Don't be funny. I'll put the milk and cookies over the fireplace. And another thing.
Merry Christmas! Hiya, Andy Devine! How do I look in my Santa Claus outfit? Wait, I'll model it for you.
It must be jelly, because jam don't shake like that.
Hey, Andy, wait a minute. Did Don Wilson send you over?
Yeah, you see, it was like this, Phil. Don's working the other side of town, so I took this job.
This job?
Yeah, all those part-time Santa Clauses are organized now.
Who organized you?
Jack Benny?
I thought it was some commercial deal. Look at that frowsy costume you're wearing. It's bagging at the knees.
Oh, that's my stomach. It keeps slipping. Besides, Mr. Benny don't furnish us with Santa Claus costumes. We have to make them ourselves.
You have to make your own Santa Claus costumes?
Yeah. We furnish the long underwear, and Mr. Benny gives us a bottle of Mercure coat.
Where'd you get them sloppy whiskers?
Well, he don't give us the Santa Claus beards either. We just line up, and he sprays us with Ready Whip.
Why are you wasting time with this charlatan?
Hey, here comes the kids. Now, whatever you do, Andy, you've got to convince these children that you're Santa Claus.
Now, don't you worry, Phil.
Hey, kids. Hi. Kids, look.
Look who's here.
Gee, Santa Claus. We, Santa Claus. Hello, Santa.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Well, what's your name, little boy?
Francois. This is Marie.
Well, come here, children, and sit on my lap.
Mais je me demande laquelle.
Huh?
My sister says which lap.
Well, sit on the one with the knees. Well, children, how do you like old Santa?
We like you fine. Santa Claus, what happened to your voice?
Well, I shouldn't be doing so much singing while I'm on my route.
Oh, can you sing?
Sing? Why, bless your little heart. Sure I can sing. Now, you just listen to this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one. Just like the one. Just
Why don't you try backing him?
Children, I'm sure glad I could stop in and see you. But I gotta be going now. So Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Up, Donner, up, Blitzen, up, Prancer and Dancer, ho, Joker!
Well, children, what did you think of Santa Claus?
I thought he was very nice. I did too, but where was his helper?
What help are you talking about?
The one who's on television, miss. The cowboy. Wild Bill Hiccup.
Marie, you mean you knew that was Andy Devine?
Yes, but we did not want to hurt his feelings. Monsieur Harris, when is the real Santa coming?
Well, you see, honey, he'll be here soon. Oh, Elliot. Look, kids, he may get here too late. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you all the Christmas story, and then you run off to bed, huh?
Well, all right, Daddy. But we wanted so much for Francois and Marie to see him.
I know it, honey. Maybe next year. Now, look, gather all around me, and I'll tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? It was the night before Christmas. And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were... I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their... Alice, what are those bells? What's that... Quiet, girlie.
Phyllis, look, in the fireplace. It's Santa Claus. The real one. It is the real one, all right. Père Noël. Look, Marie. Oui, François. Hello, Santa Claus.
But Merry Christmas, Santa. Elliot, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody. The kids do. Look at them.
Santa Claus, we were waiting all evening for you. Oh, thank you. Marie, look. A real bicycle. Just what I wanted. Oh, Monsieur Santa Claus, what a beautiful doll. For me? Oh, Monsieur Santa Claus, I've never had a doll before. Thank you. And all these other things, they are for us. May we open them now? All right, Santa. We'll wait till morning. Thank you very much. And a Merry Christmas to you too, Santa. Merry Christmas, and au revoir, Santa Claus. Francois, I knew you'd come someday.
I told you he'd show up, Curly. But, Elliot, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him. Of course, you didn't. He sure is a nice-looking old gent. Alice, did you see him?
Well, I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But, Alice, how could it be? If he was standing...
Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantel. Alice. The milk and cookies. They're gone.
You've been listening to the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story about a man who worked for 30 years to prepare a most unique personal retirement plan. The story is called A Good and Faithful Servant. Our star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Hello there, Harlow.
Well, the legislative luminary. How are you, Senator?
My car is giving me trouble, Harlow.
Your car? What's wrong with it, Senator?
Well, it gets going slower than a loser leaving office. It rides rougher than a tax debate and uses more gas than a 3-day filibuster.
Well, it may be spark plug trouble, Senator. Spark plugs should be checked every 3,000 to 4,000 miles, so see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. His exclusive Autolite plug check indicator will quickly show the exact condition of your spark plugs. If they're worn out or wrong for your style of driving, he'll recommend resistor or standard type, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Sounds like a propitious proposal, Harlow. How do I find this Autolite spark plug dealer?
Why, just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer where you can get the finest spark plug service money can buy. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with the performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite presents transcribed A Good and Faithful Servant, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I know you've been through a lot, Mr. Fenton, but if you could just try to recall anything else about the appearance of the two.
Lieutenant, couldn't this wait? Fenton has spent 14 horrible hours locked in a vault. And while I admire his spirit and pluck in bearing up as well as he has...
I'm just trying to get something to go on, Mr. Waterman. Do you want your money back or don't you?
The welfare of my employees comes first, Lieutenant. First, last, and always.
And you're insured. Mr. Fenton.
Don't answer if you don't feel up to it, Fenton.
I don't mind, Mr. Waterman. I'm anxious to cooperate. Now, as near as I can remember...
Be sure you get this, Florence.
As near as I can remember... Of course, I had only a flash before they forced me into the vault.
Yeah, we understand, Mr. Fenton.
I had the impression of one being tall, but not too tall, and the other one was shorter.
But not too short.
Exactly. And they were wearing masks, rubber masks. One had a Lionel Barrymore mask, and I think the other was Dick Tracy.
It was quite a shock to see him.
Aha. The Brinks Gang, Lieutenant. The Brinks Gang to a T.
Maybe. Mr. Cartwright, would you come over here, please? Mr. Cartwright, is it the practice to keep large sums of cash on hand overnight at the store?
Well, yes, the store does a tremendous cash business, Lieutenant. Tremendous.
And yesterday was Dollar Day.
Thank you. Mr. Cartwright, how did it happen that Fenton was alone in the cash room when the bandits entered? Did he customarily close the vault for the night?
Well, not customarily, no. When I'm unavoidably called away from the store...
Does this happen often?
Well,
very seldom, Lieutenant. Very seldom.
But it happened yesterday. And 2 men walked in, put you in the vault, and walked out with a big hunk of money.
At precisely 5:56. Mr. Cartwright opened the vault this morning at 8:02.
Correct, Lieutenant. We won't know how much they got until I can make an audit.
And if there's any question, Lieutenant, of corroborating Fenton's story, I need only to say that he's been with Waterman's for 30 years, a good and faithful servant.
More exactly, Mr. Waterman, 29 years, 11 months, and 29 days. I was due to retire tomorrow before this unfortunate circumstance arose,
Nonsense, Fenton. You'll retire tomorrow. And if there's any question, Lieutenant, of Fenton's character, his honesty, his devotion...
Yeah, sure. You can go home, Mr. Fenton. Better get some rest. If you want to duck the reporters, go out this back way.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Waterman?
Entirely up to you, my boy, entirely. But in these days of doubt, of confusion, and dishonesty in high places, I believe your simple story of courage and devotion to duty will be an inspiration everywhere.
Mr. Waterman, I am ready to face the press. They were all very nice to me. The reporters, the police, Mr. Cartwright, and especially Mr. Waterman. All that money missing. $50,000. Yet his only concern was for me. I thought that if I could afford it, I'd like to buy him some little token of gratitude. Then I thought again. In my desk at the office, there was a secret compartment, and in that compartment was $50,000. I guess I could afford it.
Yoo-hoo!
Mother, I'm home.
Good morning, Harold. I hope you hadn't had breakfast. I kept it hot for you.
You're not going to ask me how it went, Mother?
Oh, I heard over the radio. But I wish there'd been some way of doing it that it wouldn't have kept you out all night.
Oh, I wasn't out all night, Mother. I was in a vault.
I know you were, Harold. And if you keep on, you're going to end up with that same sinus strip your father used to have.
Oh, Mother, it was a perfectly dry, warm... Oh, never mind.
Eat your cereal, Harold. You'll feel better.
Mr. Waterman told me to take the day off, Mother. I'm not going in until tomorrow.
That was certainly big of him, after all you've done for them. How much did you get?
$50,000. It's in my desk at the office, in the drawer with the false bottom.
In your desk? Will it be safe there, Harold?
Well, no one will be looking for it.
Harold, you don't think you'll have any trouble getting the money out of your desk?
I think things will work out all right. See, according to my plan,
Harold, you see, I told you from the beginning you weren't strong enough for this type of thing.
The next morning at 8:43, I punched in at the store. Figuring 308 working days a year, that made 9,240 punches. It was a little strange to think of this being my last. I walked through the store to the elevator, past lingerie, ladies' gloves, and perfume the way I always went. But this morning was different. People looked up when I passed. They spoke to me. They knew who I was. Even the brunette in perfume smiled at me. I almost stopped, but I couldn't think of anything to say. In the elevator, one of the girls asked me how I felt. Still scared, I said, and they laughed. They wouldn't have laughed any harder for Mr. Waterman. I got out at 8, my floor, and as I went into my office, Miss Prentice, Mr. Cartwright's secretary, looked at me. 23 months and 2 days she'd been looking at the top of my head. But this morning, she looked at me. And she smiled. I guess I smiled back.
Good morning, Mr. Fenton.
Good morning, Miss Prentice. It wasn't much, but I felt it could have been a start. I was almost sorry this was my last day.
Fenton, did you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Cartwright. I heard you, Mr. Cartwright.
All right. A big workload piled up yesterday when you took off, and we haven't anyone new coming in till tomorrow. Not that I want to overload you on your last day.
An honest day's work for an honest day's pay, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, good. I'm still trying to find out how much was taken in the holdup, so you're on your own.
I think I can tell you almost to the penny, Mr. Cartwright.
I'll make my own check. And now about the work Oh, good morning, Mr. Waterman. I was just,
Well, Fenton, back at the old desk, eh?
Well, I just didn't feel right away from it, Mr. Waterman.
Hey, I got a surprise for you this afternoon, Fenton. Going to make a little ceremony out of your retirement.
A ceremony?
Good for store morale. Right, Cartwright?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Waterman, absolutely.
And about that request of yours you made last week, Fenton, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we can swing it.
Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Waterman.
Oh, my boy, when you work for Waterman's 30 years, you've got something coming to you.
No. Really? I ate my usual lunch that day, the Thursday Blue Plate Special at Elmo's Grotto. 70 cents plus the usual 10% tip. 7 cents. With the usual 20 minutes left in my lunch hour, I headed for the park with a nickel bag of peanuts. The squirrels were going to miss me. No, Mr. Waterman. You've had 3 already. Give Mr. Cartwright a chance. Sit up, Mr. Cartwright. Sit. That's it. That's it.
Excuse me. Would you mind if I join you, Mr. Fenton?
Why, Miss Prentice. Of course. Of course not. Sit down.
Thank you.
Move over, Mr. Waterman.
He does look a little pompous, doesn't he? Which one is Mr. Cartwright?
There, with the small mustache. He bites.
And, is there a Miss Prentice?
Well, there is, but I believe she is,
Nesting?
Well.
How long have you been feeding them, Mr. Fenton? They seem so friendly.
30 years, Miss Prentice. My favorite animal. You give a squirrel a nut, and does he eat it? No. He runs away and stores it in a hole. We could all benefit from their example.
And now that you've stored your little nest egg, you're retiring, Mr. Fenton.
Well, you might say that, yes.
You're quite a fascinating character, Mr. Fenton.
Me?
I'm sorry I didn't know you sooner. You know, the whole store is talking about your ordeal in that vault.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. In fact, I've always rather liked the vault.
What an odd thing to say.
Well, chacun est son goût, Miss Prentice. That's French for each to his own taste.
Oh, you've been abroad, Mr. Fenton.
Me? Oh, my goodness, no.
Oh, but you will now that you're retiring.
No, I've got my eye on a little cottage by a lake and woods. Lots of squirrels there. And no time clocks.
You and your wife?
Mother.
Oh, I hope you get it, Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Miss Prentice.
I wonder what the robbers are going to do with all that money.
I wonder. 5-1. Shall we go back and punch in, Miss Prentice? She let me walk all the way back to the store with her. And in the elevator, Mr. Bixler, Sporting Goods, winked at me. Funny, for 10 years I'd had the feeling Mr. Bixler didn't like me. There was quite a gathering in the cashier's office when we arrived. All the executives from Mr. Waterman's down, and the editor of the store paper wandering through Waterman's. I'd sent an item to him last summer. Mr. Fenton of Cashier's Department spending his 2-week vacation at home. But he never printed it.
Well, come in, Fenton. We've been waiting for our, shall we say, guest of honor.
Me, Mr. Waterman?
You, Fenton. We have a little ceremony which I'd hoped to conclude before the lunch hour was over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Waterman.
Think nothing of it. This is your day, Fenton, your day. Oh, going to get a shot of the two of us, Wolf?
Yes, sir, Mr. Waterman. Over by the door?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like it sitting at my desk. I feel more, secure there.
By your desk. How's this? Got it? Good. And now, Fenton, we all say farewell to a good and faithful servant, one who has given 30 years of his life as a contribution, however small, to making Waterman's the great institution it is today. Well done, Harold Fenton.
Thank you.
A modest man, but conscientious. his regular comings and goings passed almost unknown to many until his ordeal of 2 days ago. Locked all night in the vault by brutal and rapacious thieves. A night in which, in his own words, he relived each and every day of his 30-year service to Waterman's. Oh, greater devotion hath no man.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
And now, his labor's done, his burden borne, Fenton will live out the rest of his days in ease and comfort, because he has arrived at the retirement age of the Waterman pension plan, by which he will receive...
$31.68 a month.
$31.68 a month for as long as he lives.
Thank you.
And now, a little surprise for Harold Fenton. A week ago, in a letter to me, our good and faithful servant asked that on his retirement he be given permission to purchase for his home his old desk.
Actually, Mr. Waterman, I don't know what I'd do without it.
Oh, frankly, I put in a lot of thought on this simple request. I weighed the factors in my mind. On the one hand was Fenton's 30-year service. On the other...
Mr. Waterman.
On the other, he was already receiving his pension of... his pension. However...
Please, Mr. Waterman.
However, Fenton, my boy, I decided to go you one better.
One better? Not a new desk.
Nothing so unsentimental. Fenton, instead of allowing you to purchase the desk, I'm giving it to you.
Phew.
All right, boys, right in here. Take the desk wherever Fenton here wants it. And now, back to work, everybody. Month-end clearance today.
Whoops. Easy, men. Don't drop it. Easy.
Fenton, my boy, in the years ahead, when you're seated at your old desk, think of us, won't you?
I certainly will, Mr. Waterman. I certainly will.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in A Good and Faithful Servant. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, Senator, did you take my advice?
Why, yes, Harlow. My Autolite spark plug dealer turned my worn spark plugs out of office and elected a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
A wise move, Senator. Those Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, generator, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition system used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. They're world famous for quality and performance.
And my Autolite spark plug dealer nominated Autolite resistor spark plugs for my car, Harlow.
Ah, you're on top now, Senator, because Autolite resistor spark plugs represent one of the greatest advancements in spark plugs for automotive use in the past 20 years. They offer proven advantages such as double life, gas savings, and smoother performance. And they're specified as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. What's more, the Autolite resistor spark plug is just one of a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for every use.
So, fellow citizens, be sure, vote for Autolite.
Right, Senator. Friends, take a tip from me and see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer this week. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of A Good and Faithful Servant. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Retirement agreed with me. A walk to the park to see my friends when I felt like it. A leisurely lunch at Elmo's Grotto when I felt like it. And when the need arose, a little gardening. Mother and I were very happy.
You've done enough for one morning, Harold. Your back will go out again.
All through, Mother. Just cleaning off the spade.
What were you planting this morning, Harold?
Mother, if anything should happen to me, knock wood.
Knock wood.
Right in between the beets and the radishes, there's a very rich patch of dirt.
Son, aren't we going to get our little cottage by the lake?
I have to go in town today, Mother. I might just inquire around.
Oh, good.
You know, Mr. Waterman is really a very sweet man. The Waterman pension plan. I just wish I could tell him how happy it's made me. I hadn't told Mother, but Miss Prentice had called that morning. Mr. Cartwright wanted to see me that afternoon at the office, she said. And she asked how I was. What would have happened if I'd asked her to lunch? I almost did, too. In the cashier's office at the store, Miss Prentice smiled when she saw me, and I smiled back. In fact, we struck up quite a conversation.
Oh, Mr. Fenton, how are you?
Fine. Just fine, Miss Prentice.
Retirement agree with you?
Yes, indeed. Fine.
You notice we haven't filled your old job.
No? Oh, yes, indeed.
Haven't been able to find another man of your type. Well...
Is that you, Fenton? Come on in here.
Coming, Mr. Cartwright.
Sit down, Fenton, sit down.
Thank you.
Just trying to clean up accounts on the robbery. Fenton, what was your final tally again?
50,000, almost exactly, Mr. Cartwright.
You're way off. That doesn't check with my audit at all.
I'm quite sure of my figures.
Well, then you're wrong, that's all. My check shows they got away with 82,000.
82,000?
Right. Now, if you'll just sign the necessary statements corroborating my audit...
I can't do that, Mr. Cartwright.
And just why can't you? Don't you take my word for it?
Frankly, no.
Fenton, look. You're retired. It's nothing to you one way or the other. You just made a little mistake in your figures, that's all.
Mr. Cartwright, are you asking me to help cover up a shortage in your accounts?
All right, Fenton, I'll lay it on the line. Temporarily, I'm a bit short. Involvement with a woman, and you wouldn't understand.
I most certainly wouldn't.
Look, I'll make it worth your while.
Shortages I found out sooner or later, Mr. Cartwright.
All right, if that's your attitude, let me tell you something, Fenton. I don't like the smell of this robbery of yours. I don't like it at all. What do you think of that?
You're implying that I made off with $50,000 belonging to Waterman?
I think it's highly possible. And how are you so sure it was $50,000?
Supposing me, for one instant, capable of such a thing, Mr. Cartwright, wouldn't I be much too clever to put my head in a noose by covering up for you?
Fenton, if I was talking to an honest man, wouldn't he have taken my story right to Mr. Waterman? I'll give you 5 minutes. Either sign my audit or I go to the police and accuse you of stealing $82,000. Think it over, Fenton.
No question about it. Mr. Cartwright's dishonesty might be a bit awkward for me. My instinct about the man had been thoroughly sound. I had disliked him for 16 years. Well, there was only one safe way out of it.
Well?
Mr. Cartwright, if you need money...
Yes?
Why don't you rob the vault? Actually, it isn't hard at all.
Well, how do I get away with the money?
I'm sorry, I never reveal professional secrets.
Well, then you'll have to help me, Fenton. Lock me in the vault and you get away with the money.
Me?
Sure. Then we're both in the clear for good. Help me out, Fenton.
You mean I'm going to clear out the vault a second time?
You'll never regret it.
Regret it? The fact is, I'd rather enjoy it. We settled on the following Friday. Friday nights, the store stayed open till 9, and they were having a big white sale that day. The money was already stacked on Mr. Cartwright's desk when I got there. It was a juicy haul. I didn't see Mr. Cartwright around, but...
Hello, Mr. Fenton.
Miss Prentice. But the money.
I was listening when you and Mr. Cartwright made your plans, Mr. Fenton, and he caught me and forced me to help him. You understand, Harold. I mean, Mr. Fenton.
Harold. Times like these draw people together quickly, don't you think?
Oh, I do. I really do.
Miss Prentice.
Helen.
Thank you. Helen. Miss Prentice. Mr. Cartwright mentioned a woman in his life. You're not the one?
Harold, of course not.
Excuse me. I just thought... You remember the office party last Christmas?
Oh, that? Well, that was just because he was under the mistletoe. And if you'd been under it instead of Mr. Cartwright...
Really? Well.
Oh, Fenton, you're here. Good. Anybody see you come up?
It doesn't matter, really, Mr. Cartwright. Might even be better that way. Then you and Miss Prentice can say that I left minutes before the bandits arrived.
You're right, of course, Harold.
Thank you. Are you ready, Mr. Cartwright? I brought some wrapping paper for the money. Even brought along a handle with care sticker. That's the Fenton touch, you know.
Get on with it, will you?
No need to be nervous. There. Neat? I spent 8 years in wrapping and mailing.
All right. You know what to do with it, Helen.
I know.
Just a minute, Mr. Cartwright. I'm to take the money, remember?
There's been a change, Fenton. We rewrote the script.
You think that's wise? To fly in the face of my experience?
Now, look, Fenton, we're not children. You lock us in the vault and take off with the money. You think we'd ever see you again?
Well, you're questioning my honesty? I'm sure Miss Prentice will vouch for me. We're rather good friends. Miss Prentice. Helen.
Unfortunately for you, Fenton, Helen's on my side. Now, if you wouldn't mind getting into the vault, huh?
Me? In the vault? But...
This is a loaded gun, Fenton. Get in the vault.
But...
You came back for a second helping, that's all. The Confederate got away with the money, but I courageously slammed the vault door on you and went for help.
But...
Will they believe me? I imagine they'll find $50,000 somewhere around your house. They'll believe me.
Helen. I see.
I'm sorry, Harold. It's a nasty trick, but we're nasty people. You should have stuck to squirrels.
Just one thing, Fenton. How did you ever get that $50,000 out of here the first time?
How? Well, I didn't, Mr. Cartwright.
You didn't?
Then where is it?
It's still in the vault.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's quite cleverly hidden. It took me most of that night. I was locked in.
Get in there and show me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright.
Get in there!
No. I went through a lot for that money, Mr. Cartwright. 30 years. I just as soon you shot me.
Helen, hold the gun on him. I'm going in and look.
Oh, don't be long. What if somebody should walk in?
I'll be able to see if he's lying. Just watch him.
You see anything?
Not yet. I don't think it's possible. Open the door so I can get some more light.
Must be true. Crime changes people. I had never lied, yet I lied to Cartwright. I never used violence, yet I got behind Helen and... I guess I'll go home. Mother will be wondering what's happened to me.
Some more cereal, Harold?
I don't think so, Mother, thanks. What time is it?
8:10, son.
Well, they would have opened the vault at 8 this morning. The police should be here any minute.
Are you sure those two will implicate you, Harold?
It seems likely, Mother. The gun would be hard to explain. And I think Miss Prentice will turn on Mr. Cartwright after a night in the vault.
Yes, she's just the type.
I'm sorry, Mother. I guess I just don't know much about women.
It's all right, son. You think they'll be hard on you?
Not very. I haven't spent any of the money. The insurance companies always look kindly on such cases. There they are.
Harold, how long?
2 years, Mother. Maybe less. Maybe even 1.
It's still a long time.
A long time? After 30 years in Waterman's? Hardly. I'll get the door.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, You're always right with Autolite. Next week, a story of revenge. The desperate effort of a murderer to destroy the man who had committed him to prison. The story is called Concerto for Killer and Eyewitnesses. Our star, the director of Suspense, Mr. Elliot Lewis. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Good and Faithful Servant was written for Suspense by Richard M. Powell. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Norma Barden was heard as Mrs. Fenton, Doris Singleton as Helen, Gerald Moore as Mr. Cartwright, Joseph Kearns as Mr. Waterman, Hy Averback as Lieutenant Miller, and Charles Calvert as Mr. Wolfe.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or Autolite battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
And its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite, following a popular trend, anticipates the strange disappearance of experimental rocket ship Y272B. The time, the year 2053. The place, the planet Mars. The star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Say, Hap, that was quite a speech you made last night. You were as dynamic as an Autolite Stay-Full battery.
Oh, that's flattery, Harlow.
And what a battery it is, Hap. The Autolite Stay-Full is the power-packed pepster that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I was really good, Harlow?
Oh, no one could do any better than to visit his nearest Autolite battery dealer, who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just call Western Union by number
and ask for operator 25. I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer where you can get an Autolite Stay-Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Plan X, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The card. Do you have the card yet?
One more run through the machine.
Touareg, when do you think the Earth rocket is arriving?
Tomorrow. But if the Grand Council wanted the card before now, they should have asked me before now.
Is that it? Let me see it.
Here.
13756. Zeno. Assembly line worker. Atomic escalator factory. Touareg, this is the man for the job?
He has the specifications called for.
An assembly line worker. Why, it's incredible. Incredible.
Yes? Yes? Right away. You may go in now, Zeno. The Grand Council is ready for you.
13756 called Zeno. Come forward.
Yes, sir.
Zeno, the Grand Council of Mars has a mission for you to perform.
Me? A mission?
You have been selected because of the qualities shown on your work and identity card, Form 42-A. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional or biological drives, and complete suppression of imagination.
Well, I always pride myself
Do not
that
speak unless questioned, Zeno. The Grand Council has other important matters of state.
Of course, of course.
You have heard the telephone broadcast that an armed rocket from the planet Earth is approaching Mars?
Oh, I did hear something about it, yes.
Their course has been plotted as bringing them to a landing on the plain outside the city at 10:14 tomorrow morning.
10:14. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
You will see it, Citizen Zeno.
Me?
You.
Well, I'd certainly like to, but I'm due in the atomic escalator factory at 8. I'm on stair treads, you know. And
we've arranged a leave from your job.
Leave? Well, I'm not arguing with the Grand Council, but I've got a pretty important job there, and...
13756, you've been selected to meet and deal with the Earth rocket.
Me?
You will put Plan X into operation.
Plan X?
Citizen Zeno, every Martian for the last 50 years has been thoroughly grounded in Plan X, if and when a rocket should come from the Earth.
Oh, Plan X. Oh, you see, I thought you said Plan X. Of course.
Then you understand and accept the responsibility.
Oh, anything to help out.
Those assisting you on the mission will be in contact with you.
Good.
Have the other council members any questions?
No, I don't believe so.
13756 called Zeno. You are now officially operating under the provisions of Plan X.
Well, thank you. I took the aerial transmission belt directly home. Let them get along without me at the escalator factory if they could. Besides, it was almost quitting time. I went to bed early that night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Plan X. Out of the whole population of Mars, I was picked to carry out Plan X. Oh, I'll admit I had my criticisms of the Grand Council in the past, but this restored my confidence in them. Yes, sir. They couldn't have picked a better Martian. I think I'll have a second cup of Ostrich, Mother.
Zeno, you hadn't time. You'll be late for the factory as it is.
As I told you, Mother, I'm on leave. Orders of the Grand Council.
Oh, yes, of course, Plan X. But will the Grand Council care if you don't get your job back?
There won't be any trouble. They couldn't replace me in stair treads, and they know it. Pass the Gorot, will you, Mother?
Here. But it's fattening, Zeno.
I got a hard task coming up, Mother. I owe it to myself.
And you will be careful, Zeno.
Oh, Mother, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. It's just an invasion rocket from that stupid planet Earth. So will you stop worrying?
You're just like your father was, Zeno. Too brave for your own good.
I am? Well, it's nothing, really. I took my time going over to the field where the Earth rocket was to land. I got there at 10, with not another soul around. Another few minutes, and I had my pocket radar screen working. Yep, the rocket was coming in, right on time. Then I could hear it out in space, and soon after that I could see it, bearing our first visitors from Earth. Gee, I was thinking they must be a brave crew. I almost felt sorry for them. It wasn't a bad landing. Not the greatest, but not bad. After another 10 minutes, a port in the side of the rocket started to swing open, and I walked over. If I do say it myself, I made quite an impression.
Commander, look. Great Scott, what is it? Commander,
I think we've met our first Martian.
All right. Keep back, everybody. Dr. Fielding and I will deal with it. Him, whatever it is. Hand me the Martian kit, Parker.
All ready, sir?
Come on, Fielding. Be ready for anything.
Right, Commander.
I'll try to talk to him. We Earth people, we friends. Friends? We come from out there. Oh, blasted feeling. I feel like a fool.
Let me try, Commander. We bring you presents. Here, we bring you beads, cloths of many colors. Take them.
You wouldn't have something a little more conservative?
Fielding. He speaks Esperanto.
Incredible. Incredible.
Gentlemen, welcome to Mars.
It's almost as if he was expecting us.
Oh, yes, for some days now. Ever since you left Earth, as a matter of fact.
You hear that, Fielding?
Commander, we may very well be in the presence of a superior race.
Well, thank you.
You say you expected us? Everyone expected us?
Oh, certainly.
But you're here alone.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, all other adult Martians are, shall we say, unavailable.
For how long?
Not wishing to pry, but how long are you staying?
Well, they've taken to the hills, have they? No need to be afraid of us. No need at all.
There's no one in your city over there?
Mainly unavailable. But I'll be glad to show you around. Martian hospitality, you know.
Amazing. Can we go right away, Commander? I'll get Connie.
You can call her, Fielding, but we don't want to blunder into a trap. All right, men. All in. Parker, take 3 men and stay here for rocket guard.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Fielding?
All set, Commander. Connie, I want you to meet our first Martian.
Dr. Fielding, I don't believe it.
Miss Morrison, this is,
13756. Called Zeno.
Miss Morrison, this is Zeno.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Incredible. But he's almost handsome in a strange way. And he speaks our language.
Maybe a trick of some kind. Expedition force, on to...
It's a little difficult to pronounce.
On to the city.
We marched into the city, which, of course, appeared quite deserted. Plan X. I showed them a few of the sights, the canals, the Og factory, and the hall of the Grand Council. I was walking alongside of Connie, Miss Morrison, who was most unlike the women of Mars. I caught myself showing off, riding the aerial transmission belt with one hand. Finally, I took them all to the Art Museum.
Oh, Commander, this place, this civilization, it's fantastic, fantastic.
Look at the sculpture, Dr. Fielding, the line, the detail. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
It's nothing, really.
Zeno, you don't mean that you...
Well, no. You see, I work at an atomic escalator factory. I'm in stair treads.
Everybody, over here. Look at this.
Oh, what is it? Why, isn't that what...
Zeno, is this what I think it is?
I'll have to read the nameplate. Oh, yes, a flying saucer. From 1952, your calendar. 100 years old.
1952, the year of the flying saucers. Then they did come from Mars.
Oh, yes.
But none of them ever landed on Earth. Why?
It just didn't seem worthwhile. Nothing personal, of course.
I just can't get over this planet. It's so different from anything we imagined.
Now, here's something you might be interested in. Right over here.
What? Looks like a weapon of some kind.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you see, it's a paralyzer ray. 300 years old.
But why do you have it in a museum?
You don't mean that weapons like this are 300 years obsolete?
Well, you might say that, yes. You see, no adult Martian has carried a weapon for hundreds of years.
Well, why not?
Why should we?
But to defend yourself.
Well, we just have no aggressive impulses, that's all.
Well, if someone struck you, wouldn't you strike back?
I couldn't. But it doesn't matter. No one could strike me.
No Martian, that is.
Yes. We've never had any trouble.
Zeno, you're in the diplomatic service?
The escalator game.
Yet you were delegated to meet us.
Yes, by the Grand Council. You see, we stopped having diplomats handle our important missions years ago. Again, nothing personal, of course.
I see. But you are empowered to deal with us.
Deal with you? I certainly am.
Good. Now, it seems logical to me that we should work out a mutual defense pact. Not right now, of course.
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno!
Who's that?
It looks like children.
We have to see him, Mr. Zeno.
Just some little friends of mine.
Oh, they're darling.
What's the problem, Ormy?
We're building something, and we're all out of uranium. We need some right away, and...
Zeno, does he mean real uranium?
Oh, of course, Dr. Fielding. Oh, it won't hurt them a bit.
We have to have it right away, Mr. Zeno. We just have to have it.
The city was deserted. Where did these children come from?
Oh, you know how it is with kids when they get to playing.
You'll get the uranium for us, won't you, Mr. Zeno? Will you?
Fascinating. What are they playing, Zeno?
Yes. What's the game?
I don't think you've heard of it, Commander. It's called Plan X. For the next week, I showed the Earth expedition around the city, signed a few treaties, and had several long conversations with Miss Morrison. Well, not too long, but I felt we were building a solid friendship. It was too bad it was coming to an end.
You're not going out again this evening, Zeno?
Mother, so I've been out 2 evenings in a row. Doesn't have to be fatal, you know.
This is the time of year you always get that chest cold.
Oh, chest cold, chest cold. Anyway, Mother, I have to go over to the rocket.
Don't they plan to go back to Earth tomorrow?
They plan to, yes. Miss Morrison promised to take a little farewell walk with me this evening.
Don't let her keep you out in the moonlight too long, Zeno.
Mother, why, that's the most ridiculous thing.
You just don't know how attractive you are.
Now, Mother, Miss Morrison and I are merely friends. And to think of anything beyond that is just...
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno! We're almost finished the game, Mr. Zeno.
Good. All finished, Army?
Just about. It's tomorrow morning at 8:45, isn't it?
8:45. Anything else you need, Army? I mean, any more uranium?
No, I just wanted to make sure it was 8:45. Well, see you in the morning, Mr. Zeno. Goodbye, Mr. Zeno.
See you in the morning, Army.
Such a cute little fellow, Zeno. And smart.
Is he? Mother, you have no idea.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Plan X. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, do you like to make speeches?
Sure, Hap, especially about the Autolite Stay Full battery. Friends, Romans, motorists, lend me your ears while I praise the greatest of the great, the incomparable Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. The battery that gives longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And where can one get this glorious battery?
From your nearest Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just phone Western Union and ask for operator 25.
And I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Plan X, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The Earth expedition was camped beside their rocket, getting ready for takeoff the next day. Connie, Miss Morrison, waved when she saw me coming. I waved back, and she smiled at me, and I smiled back. It was a beautiful evening. We walked out over the plain, Connie and I, and then we sat down quite close. Connie lit a cigarette, and I opened up a package of Gurkhag.
Zeno.
Yes, Connie. Miss Morrison.
Connie, how is it you're not married, Zeno? Don't Martians believe in it?
Oh, definitely. But there's Mother and...
And what?
Connie, you don't find me a little bit strange?
You mean because you're a Martian?
Not exactly. You see, even to Martian girls, I'm a little bit strange.
I find you very attractive, Zeno.
Really?
You're from a superior race?
Well...
The commander may not see it, but Dr. Fielding does, and I do. Your civilization, your culture, and you...
Actually, I'm...
What are the other Martians like? You know, I seem to feel there are people all around watching, waiting, and yet we've seen only you.
And the children, of course.
Yes, and the children. They've been playing around the rocket all day.
Yes, yes.
Zeno, what'll happen to this planet, this beautiful planet, when the next Earth rocket comes? And the next one?
Connie.
I'd almost like to stay here. Or I wish we'd never come. None of us.
Connie, there's something
What, Zeno? What is it?
It's just that it's getting cold. Maybe we better go back. I walked with Connie back to the rocket, and then I went home. There was a message on the autophonopad. The Grand Council wanted to see me at once. You sent for me, gentlemen?
13756 called Zeno. You are nearing the completion of Plan X.
I hope my work has been satisfactory.
You were selected for certain qualifications, Zeno. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional drives.
I remember, yes.
You have assumed a responsibility based on those qualifications.
I suppose you might put it that way.
Are you still prepared to discharge that responsibility?
Well, I think you might as well know that it's been my criticism in the past, as well as that of a lot of other taxpayers, that the Grand Council interferes entirely too much in the private lives of, well, what I mean to say...
Are you prepared to discharge your responsibility?
But about Connie, I mean Miss Morrison, isn't there some way...
You know that there is not.
Well, I suppose not, no.
Plan X will then be completed.
I assure the Grand Council, at 8:45 tomorrow morning, Plan X will be completed. I didn't sleep well that night, and Mother was worried when I hadn't any appetite in the morning. She thought it was the start of one of my chest colds. Purposely, I didn't go out to the rocket until almost 8:40. They were blasting the motors, getting ready to take off.
Zeno, I thought you weren't coming.
I overslept, Connie. That is, I didn't really oversleep, but...
The children have been here for an hour.
We're just about finished playing, Mr. Zeno.
Oh, good, Army. Did you win the game? Plan X?
I think so. We'll know in a minute, Mr. Zeno.
They're so intense. Are the children on Mars always that way, Zeno?
Well, not always, no.
Ah, come to see us off, did you, Zeno? Good boy. We counted on you.
Well, thank you.
Come over here, Fielding.
Yes, Commander.
Connie, Fielding, Zeno here has been so helpful to us that I've come to a decision.
That's very nice of you, but I'm pretty well stocked up on beads right now.
A different kind of a present. Zeno, I've decided to invite you to come with us to Earth.
To Earth?
How about it, Zeno? We're taking off in 16 minutes at 9 o'clock. How about it?
Well, it's not that I don't appreciate your thinking of me, but Mother would worry and...
You see, we need you, Zeno.
That's not true.
Well, I'm afraid it is. You see, I think Zeno is a much more important man than a worker in an elevator factory.
Escalator. I'm in stair train.
And if we have Zeno along the next time we come back to Mars, we'd be much less likely to run into, well, an ambush.
I'm afraid he's right, Connie.
He's not right.
How about it, Zeno?
Thanks, but no.
Commander, those kids, they've got some sort of a ray gun set up.
Fielding. Is it real, Fielding?
Why, it looks like it, Commander.
Get Zeno over in front of us, quick. Now they can't shoot without hitting him. Get your gun out, Parker.
You mean the kids, Commander?
If we have to, yes. Tell them not to fire on us, Zeno.
I'm sorry, Connie. Really sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Zeno. Do what you have to do.
Shall we shoot, Mr. Zeno?
Have your gun ready, Parker.
It wouldn't do any good, Commander. All right, Army. Plan X.
Did you fire, Parker?
Me, sir? Fire a gun? Why, I couldn't. I couldn't do a thing like that.
No, of course you couldn't. I don't know what made me ask.
The rocket, its motors have stopped. Its motors have stopped, Commander.
Well, we aren't going anywhere, are we?
Someone said something about going back to Earth.
Back to Earth?
Oh, no. Of course not. Of course not.
Everybody all right?
What happened, Commander? What happened?
Nothing, really. It's just that Ormy and his little friends built a maturity ray. It takes people who are, shall we say, less advanced and increases their IQ by several thousand years.
It's amazing.
Child's play.
Zeno, do you mean to say...
Commander, Dr. Fielding, Parker, Connie, permit me to congratulate you as fellow Martians.
Utterly amazing.
Connie.
Look, here come the Martians.
Our fellow Martians, thousands of them. They're coming to welcome us.
Connie.
Oh, look at them. Oh, they look so handsome, so intelligent, so...
Connie.
Yeah, excuse me, Zeno. I'll be back, Commander. I have to go to them. I'll be back.
Well, she did like me for a while. Before Plan X. But she did like me. Even just for a while. That's something, isn't it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny. Next week, the dramatic report of a man's desperate race for freedom. A true story with names and places changed in order to protect the lives of the principals. The story is called The Man Who Cried Wolf. Our star, Mr. Jeff Chandler. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Plan X was written for Suspense by Richard Powell. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Norma Varden, John McIntyre, Truda Marson, Howard McNear, William Conrad, Jack Crucian, Joseph Kearns, and Stuffy Singer.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
And remember next week, Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Man Who Cried Wolf.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Doctors prove the Palmolive Plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive Plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive Plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive Plan now.
gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes, and the smell of you smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous green girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Dink Trout, Charles Dance in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Babyface.
Babyface, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Babyface, my poor heart is jumping. You sure have started something, babyface. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a show, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face. I didn't need a show, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every day to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, culture has come once again to the town of Weaverville, this time in the form of a touring theatrical stock company now playing at the local theater. And making a personal appearance in the leading role is none other than Evelyn Lovelace, star of stage, screen, and radio, but not lately. The play in which she's appearing is a little number called The Warning, and judging from the conversation she's now having with her manager, the people of Weaverville have taken it.
30 people, that's all there were in the entire audience last night.
I know.
Well, you should have done something to stimulate business. Why didn't you have my latest picture showing at the movie house while the play was in town?
Your picture wouldn't have drawn either, Evelyn. People today want talkies.
Well, it's just Jinx Town, that's what it is. I'll be glad when we open in Middletown tomorrow.
We may not be opening anywhere tomorrow.
What?
Our stagehand quit. You promised to make him your leading man, and then all he did was move furniture and sets around. That's why they all quit.
Well, so what? We'll get another stagehand.
Yeah? Without a nickel to pay him?
There's a yokel in every town dumb enough to fall for the line I hand them about becoming a matinee idol. Have I ever failed yet?
No, we've always had a stagehand.
And we always will. Just wait till I turn my sex appeal on the next sucker. You know what'll happen.
Yeah. You didn't understudy Theta Berra for nothing.
So off went Evelyn Lovelace in search of a sucker. Was it fate that led her past the Bonton Shoe Store where our young hero works? Anyway, chalk up this much for feminine intuition. Just one glance through the window, and she knew her search was over.
Good morning, madam. Could I interest you in a pair of shoes? We have...
Stop.
I said something dirty?
No, say that again.
You mean, could I interest you in a pair of shoes?
Yes, that voice, that quality, that resonance, that vibrancy. Where did you ever get a voice like that?
Gee, I don't know. It just kind of came with my body.
Compelling, magnetic. Tell me, have you ever sung?
Yeah, a little.
Sing for me now.
Now? Okay.
Oh! Magnificent, superb. I've never heard anything so divine.
Oh, it just happens to be a catchy tune.
Don't you understand? Destiny has brought us together. Oh, if you only knew how long I've been looking for someone like you.
Yeah?
Yes. And then just now, when I heard you say, Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? I knew my search had ended.
Your feet have really been killing you, huh?
No, I'm not talking about my feet. I'm talking about the stage.
Huh?
Don't you know who I am? I'm Evelyn Lovelace.
Oh, sure. I didn't recognize you without your makeup. You're the star of that play I saw the other night, huh?
Yes. Now do you understand what I want? The theater is calling me.
Oh, my gosh, if it's about that piece of gum I stuck under my seat.
No, it isn't that. I want you to be my new leading man.
Your leading man? Me?
Of course. Can't you see why? That warm, glowing personality of yours, your divine talent, magnificent artistry, your dazzling good looks, your thrilling physique. That's why.
Yeah, you've got your reasons, all right.
Please, don't hesitate. The theater needs new blood, and I can make you the greatest star who ever lived.
Gee, I don't know. I've got a girl, and she may not approve of me going on the stage.
A girl? What's one girl? You'll have thousands of girls at your feet, all begging to become your slave.
But I'm not that kind of a fellow. The only slave I want is my wife.
Oh, you can't let this girl stand in your way. We'll tour the country together, live in a trunk. We'll do the greatest plays ever written. Henrik Ibsen, Bernard Shaw, Anton Chekhov, Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare?
That's the one, yes. Say you will, please.
Well,
Oh, thanks. In the name of American theater goers everywhere, I thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
You will be the greatest actor the world has ever known. I can hear you now reciting your lines from the immortal bard. Tomorrow and tomorrow, you say, creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
Gee, I hope I don't have to explain what I say afterwards. Come in. Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Why, you're packing a suitcase.
Yeah, gotta go out of town.
Oh? Well, when will you be back?
In about 5 years.
5 years? What are you talking about?
I'm giving myself to the American theater goer.
What?
Grease paint, girl. It's in my blood. The stage has beckoned, and I've decided to yield to the lure of the headlights.
You mean footlights?
When I'm on the stage, they'll be shining at me from all directions.
Dennis, will you please make sense? What's this nonsense about the stage?
Nonsense? Huh. Listen to this. Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? Does something to you, huh?
Yes, it makes me think you've gone crazy.
Oh, don't fight it, Mildred. You see, I met Evelyn Lovelace today, and she asked me to be her new leading man.
Evelyn Lovelace?
Yeah.
But how could she? You've had no experience.
Well, nevertheless, we both feel that a person with my new blood ought to live in a trunk.
What?
We're touring the country together for the next 5 years, Millie. We both feel that I have something to offer the public.
But, Dennis, what about me?
Oh, I'll offer it to you later.
You mean an acting career is more important to you than I am?
Well, all I'm asking you to do is wait, and 5 years isn't very long.
Dennis, say if you go away for 5 years, I'll be married and have a big family when you come back.
Well, I suppose I can't stop you from killing time while you're waiting. But Mildred...
You heard me. Have your darn career. Be the biggest star in the world. I'll never have anything to do with you as long as I live.
How do you like that? Boy, women sure are hard to understand. Oh, well, from now on, I don't have to understand them. They'll have to understand me. Gee, I wonder if that's going to be any easier. Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my boy. Did I just see Mildred running down the hall crying her little heart out?
I'm afraid you did, sir. She and I have just...
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
Oh, I was telling her something, and when I got through, she said she'd never say another word to me again as long as I lived.
Well, what were you telling her? Maybe I can tell it to my wife.
You're joking, Mr. Anderson, but this is serious.
Well, of course, Dennis, and I apologize. Now, you tell me what it's all about.
Well, she broke off our engagement because I'm going to make $1 million.
I see. And just how do you plan to do that?
Well, I've decided to go on the stage and become the greatest matinee idol in the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does beat opening a hot dog stand.
Yeah, but it might take a couple of years, and Mildred doesn't want to wait for me.
Yes, I know. It's an old story, Dennis. Marriage versus a career. The same thing happened with my father's best friend.
But wasn't he a little old for Mildred?
A different girl, Dennis, but the same story. He postponed marriage for a stage career, too. That was back in the 1890s.
And when did he finally marry the girl?
Something always came along to delay them. First, he had her wait 8 years. Then, just as they were about to be married, the Spanish-American War came along.
Gosh.
In 1906, when they were ready again, there was trouble on the Mexican border. He did another hitch in the Army. Then in 1917, when he had enough money to ask her once more, along came the World War.
Gee, and they never got married.
No, they never got married. And today, he's 76 and she's 74.
Well, tell me when they plan on it again so I can volunteer before I'm drafted.
I only told you this story, Dennis, to show what can happen when a man chooses a career instead of a wife.
Yes, sir. It's a sad story.
Yes, it's the saddest I've ever made. The saddest I've ever heard. Now, you think about it, Dennis. It could happen to you.
Gee, yeah. Mildred or a career? A career or Mildred? It's not easy to choose.
I know.
I think I'd better take a walk around the block a few times and think this out, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, you do that, my boy. I'll see you later.
Okay. Which is more important, the glitter of lights or the glitter of Mildred? Mildred can give me a home. Well, the stage can give me a home. Mildred can give me companionship. Well, so can the stage give me companionship. Mildred can give me babies. Yeah, Mildred goes one up all right. Gosh, what a problem.
Hey, buddy, watch it. You're crossing against the light.
I love Mildred, but this is my big chance for success. Can I afford...
Buddy, look out! That car! Holy smoke, it knocked him 10 feet.
Is he all right? Is he all right?
I don't know. He's unconscious. Here, give me a hand with him.
Stage or Mildred? Mildred or a career? Which?
Well, this is the finale coming up, Dennis.
It's the finale in more ways than one, Mr. Hammerstein. It's the last song I shall ever sing on the stage. Well, waiting in the wings for me is my fiancée, Mildred Anderson, to whom I'm engaged and go steady with.
Yes, I know. And I'm going to miss you, my boy. 1898's the greatest year my theater's ever had. Because you're the biggest star the world has ever known. Now go out there and kill 'em.
I'll try.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. Hello, hello, hello there. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Oh, send me a kiss by wire. Oh, baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 8 years. May I kiss your hand?
Why, Dennis, I'm not wearing gloves.
Of course, I beg your pardon. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My hansom is waiting for me at the curb.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of it.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I like you, Mildred. Indeed, I do.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, listen to this. The USS Maine has just been sunk in Havana Harbor.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Spaniards. See you in a year or so.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, this is our number, Dennis. Let's give them everything we've got.
Yes, the last number we shall ever do together, Herbie. For waiting in the wings tonight is my intended, Mildred Anderson, to whom I have plighted my troth.
Yes, and I'm going to miss you, boy. 1912's the greatest year we've ever known, because you're the greatest star in history.
Thank you, Herbert. Well, let's go. Tell me, pretty maiden, are there any more at home like you?
There are a few, kind sir, but your girl is on top of you.
Then tell me, pretty maiden, what these very simple girlies do.
Kind sir, their manners are perfection and the opposite of mine.
If I love you, would it be a silly thing to do?
For I must love someone.
If I love me,
yes, I must love someone really,
and it might as well be you.
Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 14 years. Have you been well?
Well, I did have a touch of pneumonia.
When?
1903.
Yes, that was a beastly winter. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Stanley steamer is outside at the curb.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold inside, covered with steam.
Then you know all. Will you be my wife, Mildred? I like you. Scout's honor.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing to hear you ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, can this be true? The SS Titanic has been sunk in the North Atlantic.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fish the survivors from the icy waters. Wait for me, my darling.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
I'll hate to lose you, Dennis. The Follies of 1917 is the greatest I've ever produced, because you're the greatest star the jazz age has ever known.
And I hate to leave, Mr. Ziegfeld, but waiting in the wings for me is the girl of my dreams, Mildred Anderson, whom I love with a passion none the less powerful because of its purity.
I know, my boy. I shall announce your final number on the stage myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you now that great star, the one and only high-handed tragedian of jazz, Dennis. Is everybody happy? Day!
Oh, when my baby smiles at me, my thoughts go roaming to paradise, yes. And when my baby, when my little baby smiles at me, folks, whoa, what a wonderful light that comes to her eyes. Listen, buddy, give him the smile that just brings love. Give it to him. Oh, cut it out, will you? That's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. I sigh and I cry. Oh, it's just a bit of heaven, when my baby smiles at me. Play on. When my baby when my little baby smiles at me. Ah, gee. Ah, stop it, I say. And when my baby smiles at me. Oh, I can't stand it. Now, honey, cut it out, will you? Come on, give him the smile that just brings love. Come on, give it to him. Gee, that's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. Come on, baby. I sigh and I cry. Oh, just a bit of heaven, when my baby smiles at me. Is everybody happy?
That was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling. Oh, how I've longed for you these past 5 years. How is your dear family?
They're all dead.
Oh, what wretched luck. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Rolls Royce is parked right outside the stage door.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of it.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you marry me? I'm beginning to have quite a warm regard for you.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you seen this? The SS Lusitania's been sunk by a submarine.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Hun. I'll be back when it's over there.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, our last number, Dennis. 1941 sure has been a great year.
Yes, I'll miss you, Herbie. But waiting in the wings for me is the old lady I care deeply for.
I know, but I just want to tell you how wonderful it's been to have worked with you all these years as the ink spot.
It has been grand, hasn't it? Well, let's give this last number everything we've got.
You bet.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I love you too much. I just want to start a red-hot flame down in your big old fat heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you, Poopsie gal. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do no time, no how.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Dennis, you were wonderful.
Mildred, my darling. Oh, how I've longed for you these past 24 years.
Yes, it seemed like almost a quarter of a century.
Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My convertible is right across the street.
I know, but I didn't see Justice Arnold in it.
Yeah, I didn't want to throw away another $2. Will you marry me, Mildred? I'm 76. Middle age will soon be upon me.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you heard the radio? Pearl Harbor.
My gosh, that's been bombed?
Yes, bombed.
Oh! What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Jack.
Don't you see, Dennis, your whole life has slipped away from you. Wake up before it's too late, Dennis. You've got to wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, Dennis, wake up.
Huh? Mildred, where am I?
Oh, you were hit by a car right in front of the house. Are you all right? Are you all right?
I think so. Gee, I had the wildest bomb.
What's happened here?
Oh, Miss Lovely.
Yes, I came over to see if you were ready to leave with me.
Me? Are you crazy? I just had 4 boats shut out from under me on account of you. I'm staying right here.
What?
Yes, you can have the stage. I don't want it. I know what'll happen if I go with you. I'll be so old when I get married, my first kid will be my grandchild. Come on, Mildred. Let's go home.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to say goodnight. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new 3-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl. A lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
This is Dennis Day, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us tonight, and listen again next week, won't you? Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Most institutions such as Ivy seem quickly to acquire an atmosphere of age and permanence. So much so that it's hard to imagine a day when they were brash new infants in the field of education. But everything good has a beginning, and Ivy's beginning is commemorated each year at the annual Founders' Day celebrations. This year's honored guest is Ivy's oldest living alumnus, Silas Livingston, who arrived late last night at the home of President William Todhunter Hall. And so we find Dr. Hall's lovely wife, Victoria, quietly planning a breakfast tray in the kitchen.
Now, let me see. I think I'll give him one soft scrambled egg with toast, the fruit juice, farina, and green tea. Toddy, if you were 91 years old, is that about what you'd like for breakfast?
Victoria, my love, when I am 91 and you are a girl of, say...
Easy does it. I'll never admit to more than 73.
And you are a slip of a girl of 73. Breakfast will no longer be eaten. Meals will be a matter of chemically concentrated food. A red capsule for breakfast, a white capsule for lunch, a blue capsule for dinner.
And for political banquets, all of them. And 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. Anyway, there won't be any more jokes about the bride's biscuits.
No, the comedians will have to modernize. They'll do things like, Mary has a little lamb and thinks that it perhaps will end its days like beef and ham compressed into a capsule.
I do think that's good. Yeah, well, anyway, I think that's about what Mr. Livingston would enjoy for his breakfast. Poor old boy. He certainly looked tired when he arrived here last night. Like a little baby deprived of its sleep.
Oh, that's an unkind comparison. A baby is notoriously the most greedy, egocentric, and grasping of organisms. Even while it is being tenderly talcumed, it is plotting how it can snatch your eyeglasses, eat the nearest safety pin, and scream with rage when unable to bite off its own toe. I love them. I find them irresistible.
Yeah, I suppose nature made them so cuddly to compensate for taking advantage of us. Yeah, by the way, do we have Mr. Livingston all day, or does Mr. Wellman help to unroll the red carpet?
Oh, I'm afraid Mr. Wellman is too busy playing host to a small virus which has taken up a homestead in his left bronchial tube.
Oh. It seems almost unfair to use penicillin on a little virus brave enough to attack our Clarence.
Mr. Wellman appears to be convinced that it was through some witchcraft that he was victimized.
Oh.
I think he believes the virus was an intimate friend of mine. He sent on a mission of personal vengeance. Well, I tried to explain that I was not... I'll get it, Vicky.
Hello, Bill. How are you this fine Founders' Day? And where is your lovely, your beautiful, your magnificent wife? I saw the sunrise this morning, and I want to tell her how unfavorably it compared with her.
Hello, Charles. I'm fine, in the living room.
You're fine in the living room? That's great. But how are you in the kitchen? Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Mr. Merriweather. How are you?
Never better. Although I'd like to know just why I'm whispering like this.
No. It was just in the hall. Mr. Livingston is still asleep in the guest room.
And we don't want to wake him up.
Well, bless his little old arteries. He gave me the excuse for coming over to see you so early in the day. Before Mr. Wellman took to his little trundle bed yesterday with what passes in him for a fever, and with him 106 is normal, our board chairman appointed me his deputy for the Founders' Day caper.
Why, that's splendid, Charles. And did Mr. Wellman impress upon you the necessity of dignity in honoring our venerable graduate of the class of 1880?
And did his voice thicken with emotion as he contemplated the years of Ivy history represented by Silas Livingston?
Yes, ma'am. With his head thick with emotion or something, he briefed me. Said he, trembling with hope and avarice, "Merriweather," he said, "you land support if that refugee from a mausoleum gives this college less than $25,000.
Mr. Wellman is going to leave no living stone unturned, is he?
Well, in that calculating machine which serves Clarence for a heart, we must recognize a certain amount of sentiment, ma'am. And with him, 100 sentiments equals $1. Now, what's first on the entertainment schedule for our rollicking relic, Bill?
The grand tour. A ride around the campus in the president's car. You know, the state vehicle that doubles as a grocery wagon when Vicky goes shopping.
Yeah. Oh, Toddy, before we go, remind me to take the laundry out of the car and also replace the back seat.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Livingston wouldn't see much of the campus sprawled on the floor on the back of the car, would he?
Perhaps someday Ivy will have an official limousine for these occasions. Chauffeur-driven. With me sitting on a little platform with a megaphone. Dispensing historical data and campus gossip. There'll be a small placard which says, "Please do not tip the guide." Over which I will hang my overcoat.
Well, I'll have to go now, but I'll see you tonight. With Clarence being sick, I have to read his speech. And I hereby serve notice that I'm going to boff it up with a few yaks. At present, it sounds like a farewell address written by a manic depressive Aztec just before jumping into a flaming volcano.
Well, any humor you can inject into the proceedings will be welcome, Charles.
Yes, you go ahead and yock it up. I'll be in the audience leading the clap.
Thank you, ma'am. It's only my lumbago which keeps me from kissing the hem of your garment. Just remember to save a few dances for me at the student ball tonight.
Well, of course I will.
I'll see you later.
Yes.
Goodbye, Charles. You know, I'm sure he came over here to let us know that he has no intention of playing panhandler for Clarence Wellman, who is convinced that in my usual inept way I will fail to extract some money from Mr. Livingston.
He doesn't seem to realize that with the mosquitoes out of season, one doesn't put the bite on a house guest.
Of course. We can't put a price tag on hospitality.
No.
Besides, it was not... Now, who can that be?
Well, I'll get it, Toddy. I just hope all this commotion doesn't disturb Mr. Livingston. Mr. Livingston!
Howdy, ma'am. I see you folks are up and about.
Well, Mr. Livingston, I don't recall having locked you out last night, so could it be that you...
It could be. I'm an old farmer, Dr. Hall. While there wasn't any rooster to wake me up this morning, there were some mighty pretty little hens walking around the campus. So I went out to check the chickens.
They tell me that every American boy at one time or another wears a little celluloid badge that says Chicken Inspector. You've just kept yours longer than most people.
Well, it's an American tradition to keep an appreciative eye on our poultry, Mr. Livingston. After all, this country was founded on a Plymouth Rock.
Anyway, I tried to get out as quietly as I could. I didn't want to wake you. Young folks like you need your sleep.
I was waiting to send up your breakfast.
Yeah, figured you were, girlie, figured you were. Soft eggs, soft cereal, soft words. Can't stand any of them. So I stopped at that stand down the road a piece and had a hamburger and onion as thick as a double eagle. And a cup of coffee strong as a good Jersey bull.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr.
There's
Livingston...
a lot of improvements around here, including co-education. That little co helps in education, I think. Yes, sir. Co is an abbreviation for company, and everybody needs it. Oh, excuse me for interrupting you, Dr. Hall. Rude habit of mine. When you're 91, you haven't got time to listen to other people talking. You never know when you'll be interrupted for the last time, sir. Oh, say, Mrs. Hall. Well, you're a real cute girl. Last night you weren't standing in the light where I could see you.
Oh, Mr. Livingston, I'm beginning to think it's a good thing this college wasn't co-educational when you were here. It wasn't ready for you.
What's on the schedule today, Mr. President?
After a ride around the campus, which, as you've already noticed, has changed considerably since 1880, we shall visit the chapel, where the student body will assemble to meet you. Then we will proceed to... Excuse me, Mr. Livingston. Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Wellman, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, you've heard about it. Yes, it's true, but I didn't let him out, Mr. Wellman. He went out by himself. Yes, and he had a hamburger for breakfast. But just a moment. With piccalilli?
With piccalilli. And mustard and onion and ketchup.
With everything. Oh, yes, he's here. Why, certainly. One moment. Mr. Wellman would like to talk to you, Mr. Livingston.
That is Silas Livingston. Who are you? Oh, chairman of the board, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Now, wait a minute, young fella. You talk too much and too fast. There you are, lying sick of bed, and you're trying to tell me how to take care of myself. Yeah, but... That's enough now. You've got to learn how to relax. or you'll burn yourself out before you're 80. But I say that's enough. Goodbye.
If this keeps up, I hope you live to be 150.
Well, I intend to, girlie. I intend to. He wants something from me, that young fella, and I'll bet it's money.
Well, how can you tell on such a short acquaintance?
Oh, Victoria, Mr. Livingston is a farmer. He's been around domesticated animals long enough to know when they are looking for a little sugar.
Yes, sir, they sort of sashay up to you real winsome, like you were the best friend. And if you haven't got an apple in your hand, they give you a soft, reproachful look and try to kick your head off.
Well, in all fairness to Mr. Wellman, I must say that he has never realized the truth of the old adage that just because you raise a little cane doesn't mean you end up with a lot of sugar.
Yeah, maybe so. But I sure would like to see that boy's face when he finds out that the only green stuff I've got grows on my farm.
Well, he'll have to find it out for himself. We aren't going to tell him.
And now, if it pleases you, Squire Livingston, the gas-powered surrey awaits without. My wife and I will be pleased to show you the garden in which we labor, for it can truly be said that a university must also be dedicated to growth and change, or it, too, can become a wasteland.
We admit to being a little sentimental about this college, Mr. Livingston. As the poet said, here the heart may give a useful lesson to the head, and learning wiser grow without his book.
What poet was that, Mrs. Hall?
William Cowper.
Cooper, darling. It is spelled Cowper, but pronounced Cooper.
Sorry, only just the other day. I heard you call him Cowper.
Oh, I know, my dear. I sometimes do. Confusion dating back to my student days in your lovely country. There was an old Scots professor, Angus MacLaren. When he was challenged with his pronunciation of Cowper, he would say, "My lads, I come fra Aberdeen. And until you learn to call a cow a coo in the Heelands, I prefer to call a coo a cow while I'm wasting my time south of the border with you young heathens."
This representation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, it's the evening of the same day. We find Dr. and Mrs. Hall and Mr. Merriweather on the sidelines of the Founders' Day Student Ball. They've just come from the alumni dinner, and as Mr. Merriweather observes,
well, that certainly was the shortest dinner on record.
And the shortest faculty reception, and the shortest student chapel.
Now, don't tell me that Gaffer Livingston broke them up, too.
No, he most certainly did. He has a dislike for pompous occasions, which amounts to a phobia. The psychologists, I suppose, would call him a ceremony-phobiac. The psychologists, as opposed to those lovers of ritual who might be called fanfarophiles. I myself am an in-betweener. I am a sort of take-it-or-leave-itologist.
Yeah, well, put me up for membership in that. I've been an MC on several occasions, but I found that the best way to master a ceremony is to stay away from it. What did our guest do at the chapel?
Well, he acknowledged William's introduction with great charm, and then said, if my memory serves me right, and it serves me good and right, you would all rather be outside than in here, so consider yourselves dismissed.
but they reconvened outside the door, where he stayed for 2 hours and captured their hearts completely.
Yeah, well, where's the little leprechaun now? You know, he moves faster at 91 than I did at 20. And I was known as Where'd-He-Go Merriweather.
When I last saw him, he was engaged in light banter with a junior Phi Beta Kappa and the Ivy homecoming queen. And he had both of them in a delighted trance.
If I were only his age. It's terrible to be as young as I am. A callow 60.
Well, age is a matter of outlook, not years, Mr. Merriweather. And as long as you can still get out and look, you're young. Here comes the oldest living alumnus.
Hey, what are you folks standing around here for? Like last summer's constable. Why don't you dance with the president's wife, son?
And Mr. Livingston, for somebody to call me son is so refreshing I'd burst into a Charleston if the floor wasn't so crowded. Praise be.
Well, just because you're on the board of governors, boy, don't mean you can't relax. I got a theory that sitting around a boardroom table does something to the character.
Well, I've heard it said that the difference between a chairman and the rest of the board is that the motion goes through the membership and the chairman just goes through the motions.
Anyway, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Merriweather did ask me to dance, and I told him I was saving this one for you.
Oh, no. Thanks anyway, girlie. Can't dance this kind of dancing. Just isn't sociable. Well, dancing isn't dancing unless everybody joins in. These kids don't know what real fun square dancing is.
Oh, but they do, Mr. Livingston. We have weekly square dancing sessions at the social hall. Every student has blue jeans or a calico dress and can do-si-do with the best of them.
Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Well, sir, you're looking right at the finest fiddler this side of the Ozarks. Known at home as the Heifetz of the hayloft.
How wonderful. Oh, dear, what shall we do for a caller? Mr. Merriweather, do you think you...
Oh, no, not me, ma'am, no. Maybe one of the students. Wait a minute. I know the best caller east of the Great Divide, if I may use the term so soon after March 15th.
Now, what's he up to now?
Oh, something outrageous, I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, scholars, members of the Student Council, and gate crashers. Our distinguished guest, Mr. Silas Livingston, is, by his own admission, a gifted square dance fiddler who has put more turkeys in the straw than Cain's warehouse, which is a theatrical joke for Mrs. Hall and myself only. So line up your sets and bow to your lady. We're going to square dance. And for a caller, friends, as the cream rises to the top, we skim this one right off the lip of the separator. For our caller, I call upon Dr. William Todhunter, Tex Hall.
No, really, I couldn't. Good heavens, I don't.
Come on, Charlie, come on, it's a splendid idea.
Not me, please. Vicky has been...
Come on, Bill, come on. You've been elected unanimously.
I'm sorry, Charles. It's a little out of my... Oh, no. After all,
bashful, are you, son?
No, it isn't that. It's just that I don't... for small faculty parties, perhaps, but...
All right, Bill. I'll see who else I can find.
Oh, well, Charles, if you insist, of course. String your fiddle, Mr. Livingstone.
Yippee!
Ready, Mr. Fiddler?
Yeah, ready as I'll ever be. Let her rip.
Now, honor your partner, lady on your left. All join hands and circle left. Go round back about a mile, lady in the lead in the gentleman wire. First couple of waves to the right, forehand round with all your might. Circle four around the town, 30 in the gate, and 3 hands round. Now the birdie flies out and the crow hops in. 3 hands up and you're gone again. Crow hops out with the right hand cross, back to the left and don't get lost. Break to your corner, how are you? Cock in the left and a howdy do. Chicken in the bread pan, picking up gravel. One more change and on you travel. Now on to the next in circle 4. That was good, Vicky, my darling. I can understand now the full meaning of giving a condemned man a hearty breakfast. It prepares one for any eventuality.
Who's condemning you and for what?
Well, I'm afraid, my dear, that some of our more straight-laced board members might take exception to my public exhibition last night. I wonder if I did the right thing.
Well, of course you did. You were perfectly splendid.
Oh, I don't think after all, I had never... Was I really?
Well, you most certainly were. Everybody thought you were the greatest thing since Paul Bunyan. And if Bunyan isn't the patron saint of the square dance, he should be.
Well, square dancing is a social release. It gives otherwise shy and retiring people an opportunity to kick up their heels, bow from the waist, curtsy and sashay. In mock seriousness, they are acting as pioneers. And at last, for a brief time, they regain the mutual shoulder-to-shoulder, hand-in-hand group spirit of their frontier forebears. It is this group spirit which... Do you think if I write this out in pamphlet form that Arthur Murray would buy it?
Let's tell it to the Board of Governors first.
Good point, yes. But as an American institution, I don't see how Ivy's governors could frown upon a square dance on Founders' Day.
Oh, what a frown. Just a couple of eyebrows getting together for a little gossip.
After all, our country was born to the ribald tune of Yankee Doodle. John Henry laid steel rails with a 30-pound hammer in his hand, singing She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain When She Comes.
Woo, woo.
Blow the man down, they shouted, going around the horn. And drill, ye tarriers, drill, as they cut through mountains. And when they spread out in the lonesome wilderness, they sang, Yippee-I-O-Ki-Yay. Well, can you tell me why our Yippee-I-O-Ki-Yay isn't just as pretty as your Hey Nonny Nonny?
I mean, offhand, I don't really know whether... Oh.
Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Wellman, this is Dr. Hall, also known as Tex Hall. I most certainly did, and I do not consider it undignified. No, Mr. Wellman, I did not ask Mr. Livingston for any money. He has sufficiently enriched the college by his visit. He is leaving this morning with the official thanks of Ivy College. I'm sure that you will wish to join in such an expression to our oldest alumnus. Yes, Mr. Wellman. Goodbye.
Good for you. I was standing up for your grand right and left.
I hope I didn't stand up for them so loudly as to waken Mr. Livingston.
Oh, it'd take more than a phone call for that, I'm afraid. He was so tired last night he couldn't lift his chin off his fiddle. Wasn't he wonderful, though, Tom?
Yes, in many ways he was a tonic for all of us.
That's a nice thing to hear so bright and early in the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope we didn't wake you up, Mr. Livingston.
Oh, I've been awaking about for some time. Had to get my packing done.
Some coffee?
Thank you, Miss Hall. Thank you. Yes, sir, I've been up there listening to everything you said. It's the privilege of an old man to snoop now and then. Sometimes the only way to hear good things. This has been the nicest 2 days of my life, Dr. Hall. And I'm grateful to Ivy. I want to do something in return.
Oh, Mr. Livingston...
No. Just a minute. The one thing I missed at Ivy when I was here was a proper agricultural course. Now, Ivy's got one. But it's not complete. Dr. Hall, here's the deed to my modern, completely equipped 500-acre farm with all its pedigreed livestock to be used as an experimental farm for the ag school.
How absolutely wonderful.
Livingston.
I made it out to Ivy before I came here, just in case. But after last night, and after your little speech this morning, I'm sure it's just what I want to do.
The Livingston Experimental Farm. On behalf of the students of Ivy who will benefit, our most heartfelt thanks, Mr. Livingston.
Well, now I better be getting home. I'm going to stay with my son, a young whippersnapper of 70 who's badly in need of a guiding hand. There's the Twigger's bench, you know. Well, excuse me. I'll go get my valise.
Well, there goes a good kid.
Yes, a grand old young man. As Cicero said, for as I like a young man in whom there is something of the old, so I like an old man in whom there is something of the young. And he who follows this maxim in body will possibly be an old man, but he will never be an old man in mind.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, guy?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner bick when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work? Except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse. For the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Yeah, goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Suki, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Zuki in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck,
Yes, come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blanc. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Now, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, be businesslike.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend. And we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man.
Thank you. I'm Mel Blanc.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans.
But...
Young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well then, start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute, Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Whoever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty'll be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blank.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you in the fair.
Gosh, I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman, and now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When two is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask you-know-what.
What? What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yeah, to each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Suki, I thought I'd never find you.
I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Mel is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
It will be, yeah.
One of us has to eat up Mel's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Suki, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Yes, some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Suki!
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh. I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zuki did.
Zuki? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blanc.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blanc, come out from under that counter.
Oh, I was just looking for Zuki.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hand. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I had to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, Putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yeah, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's the cement mixer, Putty Putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookie-ism. What's a Zookie-ism? Well, wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa. Our special guest, Oscar Levant, star of Information Please. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Geraldine Ellison from Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in motion pictures, the length of all kisses is restricted. In radio, there is no such restriction. And so we now present the longest kisser in radio. It's on Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned movie kissing tonight. Did you happen to hear Mr. Benny's program earlier this evening?
I know, Fred. What happened?
Well, Mr. Benny had this kissing business is apropos. It fits into something that occurred earlier on the air this evening. Mr. Benny had Ann Sheridan as a guest star tonight.
Oh.
A weird combination, the oomph girl and the fool boy. Well, the program opened up with Phil Harris playing a number. You know what that band Phil Harris has? When Phil Harris plays a number, to me it always sounds as though someone had thrown an electric fan in a jukebox or something. And after the number died, Benny came on as though he was impersonating the number, you see. And the program opened, as I remember. He's supposed to be at the Warner Brothers studio in Errol Flynn's dressing room, you see, getting ready to rehearse a scene for the picture with Miss Sheridan.
Oh.
And during the scene, Rochester impersonates Ann Sheridan. He's supposed to be Connie, I think the character is, and Mr. Benny played the part of Bill. And as the scene went on, it developed that Rochester was Bill and Benny was Connie. I mean, I could tell. And then Mary Livingston comes in the dressing room and finds Rochester on Benny's lap. Well, I was glad to see that because Rochester has been carrying Benny for about 6 years. And then the director came in. Oh, then some phone calls came in Flynn's dressing room for Errol Flynn, and Benny told all the girls who called up that Errol Flynn had a cold, was sick with a cold, and he tried to make a date with each girl, you see, and each girl turned him down, so it only proves that the girls in Hollywood would rather go out with Errol Flynn sick than with Benny healthy. I mean... And then Miss Sheridan came in a little later on, and it developed that, then his director, Benny's director, Mr. Keeley, the man who runs the Cure, he was over looking for new business, I guess. And Miss Sheridan comes on, and it develops that while they've been making the picture, Benny has been sending violets to Miss Sheridan each day. Now, a violet is sort of a symbol with Benny. There is nothing that will remind a person of Mr. Benny quicker than a violet. Because confidentially, a violet shrinks too, you see. And then at the finish of the sketch, Mr. Benny kissed Miss Sheridan, and as the program ended, he said, "There you are, Fred Allen. Would you like to finish this for me or something?" Mm-hmm. Well, we'd like to accept your challenge, Mr. Benny, but insofar as Miss Ann Sheridan is married to Mr. Brent, we'd like to accept your invitation, but we are going to let George do it. Well, that's about all there was.
Say, look, Fred, Benny always lets Don Wilson put on plays for the commercials. How about a play for me once in a while?
I'm glad you brought that up, Jimmy. I wrote a play for you to do tonight. It's called The Mystery of Jimmy Wallington.
Oh, that's great, Fred. I'm the star, eh?
Yes, Jimmy, you're the star. The curtain rises. The stage is empty. Yeah. A hollow voice says, "Where is Jimmy Wallington?"
Oh, swell. When do I show up?
Well, I don't know, Jimmy. But while we're waiting for you to get there, we'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Department of Commerce alleviates the 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. rush hour transportation congestion with a new stagger plan. Offers workers start jobs at different times to relieve subway jams. Opinions differ as to the success of this new measure. Mr. Balboa Tinker, a transportation authority, first gives us his opinion. Mr. Tinker.
I say it in all due modesty, am the originator of the stagger plan.
Really?
Yes, I am responsible for many subway improvements.
What improvements?
I put the first straps in subway trains so that women would have something to hang on to.
Good, very good.
I put those mirrors on the slot machines so you can see who it is that's not getting the gum.
Very good. Very helpful. You ought to do something about those turnstiles in the subway, Mr. Tinker. You know, the ones that hit you a smack on the sacroiliac as you're leaving the subway.
Oh, yes, I'm working on them now.
You know, with these new victory suits, the subway is the only place you can get a belt in the back these days.
Yes, the mayor. The mayor is always getting his hat knocked off leaving the turnstile.
You're doing a great job, Mr. Tinker, but what about this new stagger plan of yours?
Well, confidentially, we're trying to keep people out of the subway.
Why?
Well, what happens on a crowded subway train?
Well,
a man gets on at a local stop, he's pushed into a car, his breath is squeezed out. He leaves his breath at the station.
I see.
Some man getting off the train takes a deep breath.
And?
The second man goes out of the subway with the first man's breath.
Gosh.
Well, that's wrong. That's what's wrong with most New Yorkers. They're all going around using each other's breaths.
And you think that staggering working hours?
With fewer people in the subway, we can check your breath.
Check your breath? How?
You get on at a local station, you exhale into a little bag.
Yes?
When you get off at an express stop, you open your bag and breathe your own breath back in again.
An innovation, Mr. Tinker, but since you originated the stagger plan, I imagine that you are staggering yourself.
It's a lie. I haven't had a drop since breakfast.
You must have just gotten up, and thank you, Balboa Tinker. And now a young lady who has tried the stagger plan for the past week, Miss Nanette Newt. Is it? Capital N, Newt?
That's right.
What is your opinion of the new system, Nanette?
Well, I used to get to work at 7:30 every morning.
7:30. Well, what is your work?
I'm a lettuce bender at the automat.
What is a lettuce bender? What is that?
Well, in the automat, when you try to squeeze a salad into one of them little compartments,
Yeah?
the lettuce gets pushed up in front.
Oh, I see. Pushed
Yeah,
up.
when you look in the compartment outside, all you can see is the back of a lettuce leaf.
Oh, I see.
You can't tell if it's a combination salad, a Waldorf, or maybe a crab meat.
Oh, and you?
I bend down the lettuce in front.
Oh, very good. Good for you.
Yeah, then when you look in the little compartment, you can see what the salad is.
Well, fine. Now, about this time staggering.
Oh, well, I used to start bending me lettuce at 8.
8 in the morning, yeah?
Every morning I had to get up at 6 bells. It was nerve-wracking.
Well, why? Why, Nanette?
Well, every night I was having the same dream.
Really?
Yeah, I dream I'm standing on a street corner with Hedy Lamarr.
Yes?
Well, Jerome Power goes by. He whistles.
Yes?
Hedy and me both turn around.
Uh-huh.
We don't know which one Jerome wants.
And?
Just then the big band rings at 6 o'clock. I gotta get up.
You never had time to finish your dream?
Till last week.
You mean with this new stagger plan?
Yeah, I don't have to start bending me lettuce till 8:30.
Oh, good.
Well, the first morning I sleep later and finish me dream.
Well, how did your dream turn out?
Jerome walks over to Hedy and me.
Yes?
He says to Hedy, "Get rid of this tomato and we'll go places."
The same. And now, a radio artist, Mr. Havriller Baruch. What is it you do in radio, Mr. Baruch?
I am the bull of a time announcer specializing in 7 o'clock.
You only announce 7 o'clock?
Yes, for 20 years, every morning at 7 on the dot, I've stepped up to my microphone and said,
Yes?
"The correct time is exactly 7 o'clock.
Well, what about this time staggering, Mr. Baruch?
Well, the network sent me a memo. It said, "Baruch, tomorrow you will start 15 minutes later."
What happened?
The next morning, I stepped up to my microphone. It was 7:15.
Yes?
From force of habit, I said, "The correct time is exactly 7 o'clock.
What a faux pas.
Yes. All of the producers thought their watches were fast. They all moved their shows up 15 minutes.
Well, didn't it mix up all of the radio programs?
Oh, it was chaos. The market prices came in the middle of Vic and Sage.
Yes?
John's other wife was in with Zeke Manor. Amos and Andy were waiting for the Kingfish, and H.V. Kaltenborn came in with a dialect.
With a dialect?
Bing Crosby was singing in Death Valley days with pandemonium.
Well, how did the mess work out, Mr. Baruch?
I didn't wait to find out.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
What business are you in today?
Can you use me razor blade?
Oh, get away. Havila Baruch. Well, I guess that winds up...
Don't depart. You've one more call. Falstaff's here with folderol.
Now, and that mahogany suit, too. Openshaw, if you have more of those moldy poems...
Have you heard, said the snail to the whale, I'm not frail, I'm just pale?
No, I haven't heard that.
She smiled and held my julep as I stooped to pluck a tulip.
No, I haven't heard
Don't
that.
get down on all fours, Mother. The Derby was run yesterday.
Too much is too much, Falstaff. Tonight we've been talking about time and staggering hour.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your time poem called?
Just a rhyme to time.
Well, how does it go?
Time is something scientists say you find in a minute, an hour, or day. Time can be kept, time can be told. In the radio business, time can be sold. Time can be wasted, time can be spent. Time can be borrowed, time can be lent. The baby wastes his time at play. The lover moons his time away. The rich man uses his time to make gold. The poor man uses his time to grow old. I laugh at old time and his hourglass. I can get more time than I can pass. I merely step into court. The judge says one phrase. Falstaff, I'm giving you 30 days.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for a confusing 2 minutes, Falstaff Openshaw. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Kenny Baker time. Musically chaperoned by Al Goodman and his orchestra, Kenny sings a medley consisting of two old favorites, By the Light of the Silvery Moon and Oh, Miss Hannah. Kenny?
Coming out tonight, the mockingbirds am singing, and the moon am shining bright. The roses am nodding and swaying in the breeze. Get on your Sunday go to meeting clothes and come along, please. Can't you hear the banjo strumming? Can't you hear the fiddle call? Can't you hear the folks a-dancing in the old Oddfellows Hall? We'll go strolling down the levee by the light of the moon, a-listening to the fiddle and the mockingbird too. By the light of the silvery moon, honey, our true love's true honeymoon. Keep us shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon. Oh, Miss Hannah, the cotton fields and white as snow. Way out on the river, I can hear those steamboats blow. The music and the moonlight have got me in a trance. Oh, Lordy me, Miss Hannah, let's go to that dance. Let's go to that dance.
That was very nice, Kenny, and while you sang there.
I can't keep my feet still.
Well, Kenny, in this warm weather, why don't you take your woolen socks off?
Off?
Well, Kenny, you ought to be... Listen, putting off, it's taking them off that's going to get you places. Jenny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to have Jimmy Wallington give you a bawling out. Jimmy, one bawling...
To be ashamed, putting things off when warm weather starts. Why, that's dangerous. Take, for example, the way some people are putting off having their cars prepared for warm weather by Texaco's war conditioning service. Delay there is really dangerous, because the longer you drive with those worn-out winter lubricants, the sooner your car will be put out of action. Tomorrow, take your car to a Texaco dealer for war conditioning. First, he'll drain that old crankcase oil and refill with insulated Haviland or insulated Texaco motor oil, insulated against breaking down in warm weather driving. Next, out comes the old transmission and differential lubricant. In goes the right Texaco gear lubricant for smooth running and longer wear. And finally, the chassis. Every danger spot gets your Texaco dealer's famous Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication service. That's war conditioning, planned to keep your car performing its wartime job. Delay is dangerous. Have your Texaco dealer war condition your car tomorrow.
Maestro Goodman has just tested the microphone for sound with a number called Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we've been having a little difficulty getting a guest star. Portland and Kenny are both out trying to find someone, and while we're...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Say, we've been waiting for you, Portland. Did you get a guest star for tonight?
No, Mama and I have been every place.
Did you try to get that French picture star, that fellow who just made such a big hit in that new picture, Moontide?
Oh, you mean Jean Gabin?
Oh, not Gabin. It's Jean Gabon.
Gabon?
Yes, Jean Gabon. You pronounce it through the nose, you see.
Jean Gabon.
No, that's better. It's not quite right. You see, to speak French well, you really should have sinus trouble. It's a... Well, wouldn't Mr. Gabin come on the program?
He said if you wanted him, you'd have to pay him like you pronounced his name.
Pay like I pronounce his name?
Through the nose.
Did you call up Marlene Dietrich?
No, Marlene Dietrich is going to be our guest next week, remember?
Oh, that's right. Miss Dietrich is coming next week. I forgot. Well, look, did you try Karloff? Did you try Gargantua?
Mama's in the cage talking to Gargantua now.
Well, it's silly to wait around for your mother, then. We'll go ahead. Oh, hello. Hello,
Hi,
Kenny.
Faye. Hi, Porty.
Hello, Kenny. Did you have any luck?
You bet. I finally got you a guest star, F.A.
You got a guest star, hey? Good.
And what a guest. You'll be proud of me, F.A.
Well, that can wait, Kenny. Who is the guest?
Mr. Thorndike McKeester.
Now, wait. We haven't been reduced to that yet on this. Oh, wait a minute. Who is Thorndike McKeester?
He's a celebrity. He was at the World's Fair 2 years.
Doing what?
He's the man that sat on a cake of ice for 69 days without getting off.
He sat on a cake of ice, and that makes him big news?
Leon Henderson is big news, isn't he?
Well, Mr. Henderson is freezing things.
McKeester ain't been cooking things, brother.
Now, look, we have enough drips on this program without McKeester's cake of ice. We don't need that.
He'll sit on dry ice if you want him to.
No, I'll mull it over, Kenny. Well, if we haven't got a guest, I think I'll sing...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
There's a man outside. He gave me his card.
The card? Let me see. What does the card say? To whom it may concern, the bearer of this card is a young composer, a part-time wit, can play piano in any key and small parts in pictures. Who is this guy?
Turn the card over. His name's on the other side.
Oh, well, bring him right in, Portland. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the musical mastermind of information, please, Oscar Levant. Good evening, Oscar.
Hello, Fred. What are you doing here?
Why, I'm here every Sunday night, Oscar.
Isn't this the fourth Sunday hour?
Oh, no. This is the Texaco Star Theater. Mr. Ford took his program off the air 2 months ago.
How do you like that? Last February, I was signed to appear May 3rd.
Well, this is May 3rd, but the hour isn't... I say, we need a guest star, Oscar. Maybe we can make a deal.
But I'm supposed to be on the Ford program tonight. If I don't appear, I'll lose face.
Well, on you, it'll be an improvement.
Please, Mr. Allen, I don't want to be disagreeable.
Oh, fine.
It wouldn't take much effort, you know.
I know. That's what has me worried. I shan't tempt you. But tell me, what were you going to do on the Symphony Hour, Oscar? Play a solo?
Oh, no. I was supposed to give a talk on current affairs. I was going to take Mr. Cameron's place.
You were going to give a talk?
Yes, I've got my speech all prepared. It's an answer to the president on that $25,000 salary ceiling.
What is your talk called?
You show me how to earn it, and I'll let you control it.
Well, we can't use any oratory tonight, Oscar. How about a piano solo?
I didn't bring my piano with me.
Oh, shoot. Come out without it, hey? Well, I can get you a piano here.
It isn't sanitary to play on other people's piano. You're apt to get athlete's hand or B-flat O or something.
Has it gone up a half a tone? It's risky, hey?
Yes? I hear the Dixie Cup people are making a piano now. After you use it once, you throw it away.
Well, that's more sanitary. Well, we have to have a guest, Oscar. Now, if you don't want to play a solo, perhaps we can just stand around and talk a while.
What can we talk about?
Well, let's talk about you.
No, let's pick a pleasant subject. To me, I'm repulsive.
Well, let's talk about me.
To me, you're repulsive, too.
Well, how did you acquire that ingrown personality, Oscar? You'll never make friends that way.
I'm not interested in making friends, Fred.
Well, why not?
Well, a man with too many friends has no time to himself. He never gets anything done.
Well, how do you mean?
Haven't you ever heard people say, yes, poor Sidney's got $1 million, but he hasn't got a friend in the world?
Yes, many times.
Then there's the other guy. His feet are sticking out of his shoes. His cuffs are all frayed. Everybody says, lucky Irving. He hasn't got a quarter, but he's got 1 million friends.
You mean?
Sidney has no friends, so he had time to make $1 million.
And the other guy?
Irving had 1 million friends. They took up all his time. At the age of 50, Irving is not only a bum, he owes the Morris plant $300.
Well, at that rate, you must have plenty of money, Oscar.
That's what I can't understand. I have no friends, and I owe the Morris plant $800.
Well, something is wrong someplace.
How did I get so unpopular in 35 years?
Or maybe the Goodwill Hour can figure it out. It's beyond me. Well, let's talk about music. Have you heard our band here play?
Sure, I know Al Goodman's orchestra. Hello, Murray. Hello, Irving. Hello, Al.
You know all the boys, do you, Oscar?
Oh, but that second trumpet player, he must be a terrific musician to be with Al Goodman.
Why?
He's not a relative.
Well, he's probably the bookmaker with the band. He's only holding a cornet now. After the derby pays off, he'll have all the instruments in his lap. But tell me, Oscar, how come you know so much about Maestro Goodman?
I used to play in Al's band. He fired me.
Al Goodman fired you?
Yeah. I think I used to make him feel self-conscious.
Well, how do you mean?
I could read music.
Oh, well. That is fatal with the Goodman organization. Now, have you any other thoughts about music?
Yes, Fred. I was only kidding about Al Goodman.
I thought so. I knew Al didn't fire you.
No, his son-in-law did.
Well, after your lucky break leaving Goodman, you certainly You certainly have made a name for yourself in music. I heard Alfred Wallenstein play a concerto you composed recently.
Yes, I've composed several things, Fred. I've done the scores for a number of pictures.
Have you written any popular tunes?
I've written tunes, but they weren't popular.
Well, how do you account for that?
I don't know. People hear an Irving Berlin melody. It keeps running through their head.
I know.
With my music, it's different. The minute you hear one of my songs, you forget it.
Well, it saves a lot of bother. You know, it's odd that your songs don't go over like other composers.
I can't understand it. We steal from the same people.
Why don't you just give up music, Oscar, and concentrate on comedy?
I'd like to, Fred, but my comedy is the same as my music.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I hear you, Bob Hope, and Jack Benny make people shriek on the air. I get discouraged.
Discouraged? Why?
Well, on Information Please, I get off some terrific joke. I die laughing myself, but I'm the only one.
Well, I know, Oscar, you're quite a wit.
That's what my wife keeps telling me. But you and Bob Hope get those big guffaws. I'm strictly a titter man. Why is that?
You are a titter man, Oscar. Because your humor is intellectual, you see.
My jokes aren't bad, are they?
No, your jokes are good. But telling jokes to your friends is one thing. Telling jokes to an audience is something else again. The people here in the studio tonight, you see, are all strangers. Take a look at the audience here.
They look tough, all right.
Now, look at this man down here in the second row on the end there. Now, he probably drove all the way over here tonight from Jackson Heights. Possibly had a flat tire on the way, had to fight his way in here to get a seat. Now, look at him.
I'm looking.
Is he thinking about you? Is he worrying about the... No. He's worrying about... the new thing. I'm reading lines that aren't here yet. My astigmatism got organized and made a sentence, so I read it. Well, is this man thinking about you? No, he's worrying about the pinochle game he's missing at the cigar store. He's sitting out there stewing, Oscar. The program starts and you come out.
He's mad at me before I open my mouth.
He's burning, that man. You know what he's saying to himself right now? Look at that schnook up there. Probably getting a cool $10,000 for making a jerk out of himself tonight. I'd like to see him make me laugh.
You mean that's what's going on out there?
All over that's going on.
Fred, let's get out of here. We can be killed.
Now, wait. Now, don't get excited, Oscar. I'll show you how your intellectual humor can get laughs. Now, what was one of your jokes on Information, please, that laid there gasping?
Let's see. There were so many of them.
I know, just...
Oh, yes. Clifton Fadiman had a question. Name a musical composition written by Shostakovich. And I answered, Shostakovich Small by a Waterfall.
That was the...
You see what I mean? That just got a titter.
All right. It just got a titter. And your ears are exceptionally good, I must say. Now we'll pipe that joke up to a guffaw for you, Oscar. First, we get our stooges, you see, the way Hope and Benny and I do. We get our stooges. Will the two gentlemen I bailed out this afternoon please step forward? Gentlemen I bailed out. Now, Oscar, I'll show you how you two can get big laughs like Benny and Hope.
What do I do?
Well, now, watch closely, Oscar. You see, I give each of these gentlemen a folded newspaper. Will you hand that to the little man, sir? And here's one for you. I have one for you, sir, right here. Now, I'll tell your joke, the titter joke, and we'll see what happens. Shostakovich Small by a Waterfall. Oscar, you get a couple of stooges, and after every joke, you hit them over the head. Now, that's all there is to it.
You mean I can use this technique on Information, please?
On Information, please? Why not? Beat the brains out of Kira and an FPA, and you...
How how does it go again?
Well, look, here's a newspaper for you. Now tell a joke.
All right. Toscanini was conducting the Hackensack Symphony. At the first rehearsal, Toscanini said, "Give me the brass, boys." And they threw the cuspidor at him.
Okay, let's go, Oscar.
This has got sophistication beat a mile. Where till I start socking Fetterman?
Why, you'll get... Fetterman, you'll get even bigger laughs on information, please, Oscar.
How do you know, Fred?
Well, you'll be hitting each other with the Times. And the New York Times is much heavier than these tabloids.
I'm through with music, Fred. From now on, I'm a comedian.
And now that you're a comedian, Oscar, you know the comedian's battle cry.
Always leave them laughing when you say goodbye.
Right. You know what to do, Oscar.
Let's go, Fred.
Let's go, Fred. Thank you, Oscar Levant, for a stimulating visit and an excellent scalp treatment. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker returns us to normalcy. Kenny has chosen for his second number, Always in My Heart.
Even though you're far away, I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care. And then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep. And the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say, just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my
That was swell. And here comes Jimmy Wallington with 3 rubber checks.
Yes, 3 rubber checks that every car owner can cash in. 3 ways to check excessive wear of those valuable rubber tires on your car.
Check number 1.
Have your Texaco dealer check your tire pressure regularly. He knows the correct inflation for longest wear. Plus that, he'll check your tires over for cuts and other damage which might ruin them if not repaired in time.
Check number 2.
Check your speed. Drive under 40. Your tires will last longer and so will your car.
Check number 3.
Check with your Texaco dealer about switching your tires around for longer, more even wear. He has the training and experience to help you get more service from your tires and your entire car. His quality Texaco products are made to check wear. His thorough, systematic lubrication and maintenance will play a big part in helping you to care for your car, for your country. So, regularly, have your Texaco dealer check up on both your tires and car. After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of Tuskegee Institute. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Tuskegee Institute's most talented undergraduate, Geraldine Ellison. Well, congratulations, Geraldine. As the dean here, I welcome you to our Texaco Institute of Lower Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, how does it feel to be in radio?
Well, I'm a little nervous, but I think I'll be all right.
Well, I'm shaking too, Geraldine, but for me, that's normal. Tell me, is this your first trip to New York?
No, I've been here several times to visit friends and relatives.
Well, it's more fun visiting friends than relatives, don't you think?
I guess that depends on your relatives, Mr. Allen.
Yes, it does, Geraldine. But tell me, have you been sightseeing since you arrived?
No, I saw all of the sights the last time I was here.
Well, since I can't tell you anything about New York, Geraldine, perhaps you better tell me something about Tuskegee. Is Tuskegee Institute an old school?
Not very old. Booker T. Washington founded Tuskegee Institute in 1881. He had 30 pupils when he started.
And today the Institute is an institution.
Yes. In addition to the school, we have a modern clinic and hospital. We also have a primary flying school.
Army pilots are being trained at Tuskegee, Geraldine?
Yes, Mr. Allen. In March, the first class completed the Air Corps Advanced Flying Course, and the men were commissioned officers in the United States Air Corps.
You're keeping them flying at Tuskegee. Well, I've read a lot about Dr. Carver and the research work he's been doing down there.
Yes. Dr. Carver has developed many useful products from waste material.
Well, can you tell us something about his experiments?
Yes. Dr. Carver has developed 118 products from sweet potatoes alone.
Sweet potatoes? Well, what can you do with a sweet potato besides eat it or play it, Geraldine?
Dr. Carver makes starch, tapioca, breakfast food, syrup, and mark coconut.
Well, hasn't he done a lot of work with peanuts, too?
Yes. Dr. Carver has developed over 300 products from peanuts. He has made ink, oil, cheese, coffee, plastic, milk.
Milk from a peanut?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Well, how can Dr. Carver get milk from a peanut? Has he got a low stool or something?
I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
But he does it, But tell me, Geraldine, what are you studying there at school?
I'm taking up home economics. I hope to teach it someday.
Home economics, is that cooking?
It's more than cooking, Mr. Allen. Home economics covers the social and economical interests of the home.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult for you. Why, a Tuskegee girl should be able to start housekeeping with a sweet potato and a peanut. Now, before you run off and start housekeeping, what about your song?
Before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have several gifts for you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Geraldine. And, what is it you have done?
First, the students at Tuskegee have asked me to present to you this 75-pound bag of peanuts.
Well, Well, thank you, Geraldine. I'd like to be Dr. Carver for about 10 minutes. I turn these peanuts into sugar right here on the premises. Tell me, is that book by Dr. Carver?
No. This is a copy of Booker T. Washington's autobiography. It was autographed by Dr. Patterson, the president of Tuskegee Institute.
Well, thank you very much.
And this is a miniature replica of the famous first pot used in the dining hall when our school first opened.
The first pot, eh? Well, that is swell. Now, if anybody stops me on the street and says, "What's cooking?" I'll have a pot to point to. And I want to thank Dr. Carver, Dr. Patterson, the students at Tuskegee Institute, and you, Geraldine, for your kindness tonight. And I guess that brings us to your song. Now, what are you going to do?
I would like to sing By the Waters of Minnetonka by Thurlow Lawrence.
Well, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Tuskegee Institute's most talented undergraduate, Geraldine Ellison, sings for us By the Waters of Minnetonka. Geraldine? Thank you very much, Geraldine Ellison. I know the students, faculty, and alumni of the Tuskegee Institute are as pleased as we are with your performance tonight, and we all wish you success in your teaching career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, the most talented undergraduate of Fordham University in New York City. After hearing the three finalists... No, that's next week. Now, you'll all have to sit in here all week long waiting for... People come early because it's handy here. Fordham is near... The most talented undergraduate. After hearing the finalists, the students held their election at Fordham. Ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Donald Regan. Congratulations, Donald. We'll be looking for you. Donald's here. Well, thank you, Donald. Forward to seeing you next Sunday night. And here comes Larry Elliott. I wish it was Donald, but it's Larry Elliott with a large package. What is that you have there? Another gift? Something we overlooked, Larry?
Flexible power that meets Sky Chief. Pure Tech Sky Chief. Pure Tech for those who want the best.
The Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they dramatize a murder mystery from clues written on the back of a laundry bundle by the great Chinese detective One Long, called The Great Sideshow Mystery, or One Long Pan discovers that the freaks had a word. Step right up, folks, see the greatest freak show of the century. Scene H is full Paul, the half-man and half-woman, Sadie Sam. See Sparko, the fire eater. See Sparko, the fire's wife, and snap at an old flame.
Say, how much fire can the fire eater eat, mister?
Well, Sparko's on a diet, Rube. A little heartburn. But he's eating 20 hot puts at each and every performance. See Beefy Beulah, the fat girl.
How fat is she, mister?
Beulah weighs 800 pounds, lady. Beulah's so fat, when Beulah walks, she drags. See Bunko, the India rubber man. Tiny Tim the midget. Cobra Cora, the snake charmer on the inside. Well, that's it, folks. Now the big show's just about to start. Get your tickets, get your line forms to the right. How many, brother?
Two
he wants. Who's next?
How much for this little boy, mister?
Kids under 10 is half price, lady.
1 ticket and a half. Come on, Junior.
I'm coming, Ma.
Hey, tell Junior he can't smoke that corn cob pipe inside, lady. Now get in line, folks. Who's next?
Hey, what was that?
What's the shot?
I'm getting out of here. Give me my
Now,
money.
hold on. Don't stampede, folks. There ain't nothing.
Hey, Wendy.
Yes, Mr. Bullum?
Beefy Beulah's been shot.
Beulah, the fat lady, shot?
It's murder.
Wait there, I'm calling the police. Help! Murder! Please! Murder! Help! Please!
Calling all cars. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Fat lady murdered at P.T. Bullum Freak Show. Reported circus lot, Long Pan. Remember, no speeding on the highway, Long Pan. You can do 40 miles an hour. That is all. Calling One Long Pan. Murder.
Greetings. What's cooking, big boy? I am Detective One Long Pan. China flash Borden. You catch him, son? I like cold egg fouillon. How about you? I like my noodles long. How about you?
Hey, what is this? Who are you?
Long Pan know who Long Pan is. Who are you, Mr. Let Nose? Who are you?
I'm P.T. Bullum, owner of P.T. Bullum's Mastodonic Mammoth Carnival Company.
Long Pan here to solve mystery, Mr. Bullum. What is a mystery?
Well, my fat lady, Beefy Beulah's been murdered.
Beefy Beulah?
Yeah.
Fat lady? Who killed fat lady?
Well, that's what you're supposed to find out. Come on, the freak show's in this tent.
Very good. Long Pan, open flap. Get flap happy. Oh. Flap happy. Some snappy gag.
All right, quiet, all you freaks. Quiet. This is Detective One Long Pan.
You're back. You quiet freak. You quiet little freak. I'm back. You quiet. You're back. Long Pan solve mystery jig time. First examine body. Where's fat lady? Where's body?
Brother, do you need glasses?
Well, this is Beulah laying at the end of the platform, Long Pan.
Oh, boy, some soft-egg mama. Oh. Beulah look like Glenn Storm with skin on. Oh, big baby. Aha, you see, bullet hole in left temple. Mystery solved.
Who done it, Long Pan?
Someone on his sleek platform shoot a Beefy Beulah. You fess up, freaks. Who fire fatal shot?
Wasn't me.
I didn't do it. There was a shot and Beulah died, that's all.
Very funny. Nobody guilty. Long Pan, make 'em catch 'em third degree. Grill everybody. First, you, Mr. P.T. Bullum.
How could I shoot Beulah? I wasn't even in the tent when the shot was fired. Was I, Cora?
No, P.T. came running in after Beulah fell.
I own the carnival. What would I be doing killing my own freaks?
Business bad. Maybe fat lady eat too much. You put ceiling on Beulah.
But I didn't feed Beulah. She ate with the hippopotamuses. People used to throw her stuff.
Very good. Alibi airtight, Mr. P.T. Bullum. Long Pan grill fleek. We the people fleek.
How could us freaks kill Beulah? Nobody on the platform's got a gun.
Who are you, Mr. Wise Guy?
I'm Rembrandt, the tattooed man.
Tattoo. Oh, you sit next to fat lady? You see Beulah shop?
No, I didn't see nothing. I was just sitting here worrying.
Oh, why you worry, Mr. Tattoo Man? Why worry?
I'm getting so fat, all my tattooing is out of focus.
You come clean, Mr. Lemblanc. Explain hocus pocus.
Well, I got Whistler's mother on my chest. I'm spread out so much, only the chair is left.
Only chair?
Yeah. Whistler's mother's going around under my arm like she's looking for something. What you know about murder?
Nothing. Rembrandt's telling the truth, Longpan.
Who are you, Monsieur Low Voice?
I'm Cobra Coral, the world's champion snake charmer. If it crawls, I can charm it.
How you get to be snake charmer?
I started charming worms and worked my way up.
Where were you when Fatal shot fire?
I was bending over my snake basket, fixing the clasp on a garter snake.
Fixing clasp on a garter snake.
Look, Longpan, I gotta start this show.
You keep shut down, Mr. P.T. Buller.
But business is tough. I gotta get some dough in. Start solving.
If I do, I did a whip him. I do that. Longpan do that. Longpan makes snappy grilling. Who is next, Free?
It's the half man, half woman, Sadie Sam.
You are Mister, you are Sadie Sam?
When I'm talking like a woman, I am Sadie.
You talk also like man?
Sure, when I am talking.
Like a man, I'm Sam.
Sam takes Sadie out all the time, keep a steady company.
Sadie is hating the sight of Sam, and...
Also, the sight of Sadie, Sam is hating.
Maybe very difficult. Grill, half man, half woman, very difficult. Maybe Sadie, Sam, see who killed Biffy Beulah.
How could I see? I am crying.
Why are you crying, Mrs. Sadie?
I, Sam, was eating an onion, and when
Sam is eating an onion, tears is coming to Sadie's eyes.
Alibi, okay, hokey pokey. Sadie, Sam, innocent. Next, Free.
I'm CeeLo, the seal boy.
CeeLo?
Yeah, instead of arms, I got two fins like a seal. See, I'll flap my fin.
Oh, little flapper, CeeLo.
That's why they call me CeeLo. I do everything like a seal. I even hang out with seal.
Oh, smell like seal, too. Who killed Biffy Beulah, CeeLo?
I don't know. I was doing my act on the platform.
Oh, you do act? You make monkey business, do funny stuff?
Yeah, I flap my fence like this.
Oh, little flapper.
Yeah.
Very good.
Then I bark like a seal.
Some fun, bark like CeeLo.
Yeah. And then I blow musical horns like a seal, like this.
Exceptional. CeeLo, you see Fatal shot fire?
Oh, I was bent down taking a bow. I didn't see nothing.
Most peculiar, CeeLo. Bullet fire, nobody see. Very baffling.
You ain't getting nowhere, Longpan. I'm opening up the show.
Not so fast, Mr. P.T. Bullum. Longpan solved mystery touche.
You've only got two freaks left. They didn't do it.
Oh, maybe yes, maybe no, Mr. Wise Guy Bullum. Next freak, who are you, dirty face?
I'm Bouncer, the rubber man.
Lubber man.
My skin's rubber. Pull out my cheek. Go ahead.
Longpan, pull cheek out. Let go. Cheek, all the same fly back. Some snappy kid, Lembrandt. Longpan snap again. Some fun.
Yeah.
Rubber cheek.
My skin's 100% rubber. People keep trying to cut pieces off of me for blowout patches.
What you do about so when Beulah murder?
Oh, nothing. I thought maybe I needed a shave.
Exactly.
I pulled my face down on my lap to have a look at it.
Very good.
Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. I let go of my face. It snapped back up on my neck.
You turn around to see who tap you?
Yeah. There was nobody there.
Nobody. They're very, very mysterious.
The next thing I know, Beefy Bueller was dying.
Maybe next flick tap you. Pull a monkey business.
Yeah, I didn't touch him.
Who are you, little man?
I'm Tiny Tim, the midget.
Oh, maybe midget. Midget, the guilty party. Long pan grill midget. Make a hors d'oeuvre. Grill midget, little thing.
Oh, you're nuts, Long Pan. How could a midget kill a fat lady?
Mouse many times kill cat. Midget maybe. Oh, shots fire. Who fire shot?
It's only Slim testing the shooting gallery.
Tiny Tim, little man. You two, you tell Slim. Come here pronto.
Okay, Long Pan.
Come on, Long Pan. Let's call it a day. I'm losing dough here.
Mystery almost solved, Mr. Bullum.
Yes, Slim, Long Pan.
You want me, Mr. Bullum?
Slim, where were you when first shots fire, Slim?
I was in back of the shooting gallery fixing up some clay ducks. They was molten.
While you catch 'em fixed up, you leave gun alone on counter?
Oh, Mr. Bullum was watching the guns for me.
I think I'll go out and count up.
Not so fast, Mr. Peter Bullum. Long Pan arrest you for murder fat lady Beefy Bueller.
You're crazy, Long Pan.
Long Pan frisk.
Here, take your hands out of my pocket.
Aha, letter.
Give me that letter.
Letter, important clue, Mr. Bullum. You fire fatal shot from shooting gallery.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no, look, this letter. Letter in pocket from Acme Lumber Company. Say to it, dear Mr. Bullum, we will pay top price for 180 pounds rubber. You say you got. Send immediately.
What's 180 pounds of rubber got to do with shooting Bueller?
Bunko, how much you weigh?
180 pounds.
Exactly. Final evidence, Mr. P.T. Bullum.
But Bueller's the one got killed. How can I shoot Bueller? The shooting gallery's around the corner from the freak platform. Bueller was at the other end.
You not mean to shoot a fat lady, Mr. Bullum. You try to kill Bounso, Lubberman. You shoot Bounso. Bounso feel tap on shoulder. Bullet bounce off, make a billiard. You kill Beefy Bueller the hard way. You fess up, Mr. P.T. Bullum.
Well, yes, I done.
You bet you dog.
The business has been bad with the carnival. I need money. I was going to scrap Bounso and sell him for used rubber.
Exactly. You under let's go, Mr. P.T. Bullum.
Well, will I get the chair, Long Pan?
Not a chair, maybe life. Aesop say, man who try to pull something on Lubberman, sure to get long stretch. Oh, ho, Long Pan hot tonight, vulcanized Lubberman. Ho, Long And now, Larry Elliott calling all airplane pilots.
Licensed pilots, if you are between 21 and 42 and have more than 140 hours solo, Uncle Sam needs you as an instructor in flight training schools. Help turn fledglings into flyers. For full information, write to Charles I. Stanton, Civil Aeronautics Administration, Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Marlene Dietrich, fugitive from Hollywood, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Fordham University, Donald Regan. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.